have any goals that revolved around leaving city to begin with.
So
So,
this, yeah.
I think mine would be okay then. Yeah, I think mine will be okay. Hopefully.
Yeah. It's gonna be an interesting one. Yeah, all of your goals are completable this session. Or, I'll be honest. Your first goal, it falls into the one of the pitfalls of my goals XP system. When you have a goal such as that, it becomes difficult because let me message you why, because it might be I can speak more openly.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I knew it was gonna be a difficult one.
Why do you haven't made any of my goals involving my abilities or what happened with that of the Herald yet? Because that's difficult and dangerous.
I mean, it is. I shouldn't say not possible. Like I think it's possible, but it's like I said in the rest of the message.
Right. So there.
You can message me if you have questions. That way you can speak more openly. Yeah, so I noticed something while I was watching the recap. Maybe I think I was in my own head a little too much at the end of the session, kind of reading different shit and like trying to connect dots in my head versus what you might find in the place that you were, Sazen. So just so we're clear, in the recap I kind of laid it out, but while you were at Edrin's, essentially what happened is you got all the normal answers that you were looking for. You asked for a book about the Fool or like information about the Fool, and then you got that book. And then as you were getting ready to leave, you asked about, or essentially I think it was Edrin said make sure your party members are trustworthy. And then he had like a sort of hunch thing, like an epiphany. I described it as he was desperate to find answers to something. He found the answers probably out of character. That makes it easier to understand what happened next, which is he stopped looking, but while you were looking for something, you found those patterns about Bugfucker and the ranch and the Stygian forest. And so naturally, being a student, I figured, I didn't even have to ask if you would pursue it. So I kind of just, yeah.
You're entirely correct. I figured this was all happening at the same time he was searching because, if I did this after he's done searching, it'd be a bit too obvious. But yeah, he would take the book and he would look at this stuff and be a bit more interested as well. The reason why he has not been interested in anything at Consortium for a while is because of the fact that, well, they were paying him. I don't need to fucking care. I have things to worry about.
Yeah.
Say that has literally nothing on his back right now except for the whole Herald thing. And even then, he's basically just going, do I talk about this? It kind of kills me if I talk about it. So the ranch is like something like, okay, I guess let's talk about this, look this up. It's not as dangerous yet. But I kind of figured it. I kind of reconnected it afterwards. That's why I was like, okay, I get that I'm going to take this book probably when he was searching stuff and then just like kind of look at it. But the ranch is a whole different thing. That's across the world at this point. I'm not traveling there yet. I have a lot of things to do.
I just figured that it was something that would be there, and I was really eager to explain that, and I was hoping probably a little too hard. Maybe it was a little DM error on my part, but I basically forced you into a couple of decisions, I feel, maybe. And if that happened, I'm sorry.
No, you're perfectly fine. Though, to be fair with that thing, there's also the fact that realistically, Sazen can't look at it too deeply or too closely yet. That's probably the back of the mind thing. Because, yeah, the ranch from the map is halfway across the world, so we can't really do that. His goal is on the other end of the world. So as if somebody can get there quickly, that's just going to be a back of his mind thing or some other thing to worry about later.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like probably 3 or 4 sessions from now at least. So...
Well, probably close to 10 if we're going to be able to go up north.
Yeah, if you're going up north to the peaks, like almost every NPC that you've come across has told you to do, perhaps.
Yeah. or about to get the gold to finally go up north to go look at it.
You know, I
I'm
just kind
excited
of
for you guys
realized
to leave the
something.
city.
I think I'm realizing something is that a lot of when I make goals, I connect them a lot.
Yeah, honestly, that's a good thing. It should eventually connect to each other, kind of. I mean, pretty much everyone's done that. Like, you
I
know, you
think
think about
mine
Thump, right?
technically has.
Like, Thump's a
Mine
great
has a,
example.
like, I keep talking over you, goddammit, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say mine technically is like slightly adjacent, not really connected. Usually it's like something that I can do at this point, something I could do later, and something that can be done quickly. But
Mhm.
it kind of works like the killing the Leto and winning the tournament. Well, finding Leto and winning the tournament was adjacent, but they're not fully connected because we got lucky that it was connected before everything else.
Oh, you know,
But,
my goal is literally just directly like linked to one another.
yeah, we're never gonna know though. It's gonna be a long time before we fucking figure it out what your goals were.
I feel like
You'll find out
you'll find
when
out.
they get completed.
Yeah, you'll find out one way or the other.
It's really great knowing out of character that Screep is apparently one of the fucking original people, and I don't think that solved the goal for you.
Nope, not at all.
Yeah, that's fucking amazing.
I love it. I love it. Where is that note that I made about
Yeah,
something?
Mr. Harold, I saw Screep.
Can neither confirm nor deny.
Randomly, Screep appears at opportunity and just teleports south.
See, I'm
Just
more
completely-
amazed by the fact that Sazin got his ass handed to him by Kobold when it came to theft.
You had the luckiest rolls of your life. That was
Wait,
crazy.
when did a kobold rob me?
When
I
you
don't
when you
remember this.
stole the shield, right? Is what you were saying?
No, this was no, what is it? Was it Sazin was tasked with stealing and was it Pocket Watch or something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, you
Or
mean that
something.
thing. Well, to be fair, it wasn't there. It was already
It wasn't
stolen.
there. He got in there. It was gone, missing from the pedestal that you were supposed to be, you know, looking for it. And then your orders basically were to gain anything of value from the mission. So you just stole the closest expensive object and left because the guards were coming after you, essentially. But
It
I
was a botched job.
think we're good. I think we're good to start, possibly.
The best part is Satan's stealth skills are kind of now neutral because you can probably like choose whether to turn invisible and stuff, but I mean, he's basically better at casting shit now. He's completely out of his depth.
Wait, DM,
I
how
didn't take
many,
invisibility because we're not doing anything yet. Oh shit, I should take an invisibility. We need it. Well, no, I have darkness, so that works better.
DM, how many sessions I had 3 or 4 towards the second goal?
Mm, 1 second. Let me count. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All of them. I think. Wait, maybe not. No, not all of them.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm still counting. I had
It's
a bad
fine.
way of counting at first. I did Control F and I didn't realize that I didn't only use it in the
Oh, by
one
the way,
context.
Sam, did you open up your foundry yet or no?
I did not. I was
Yeah,
unfortunately out all day, except when I.
you're fine because you said you were going to. I was going, okay, I guess Sam just must have just fell asleep and forgot about it. That's probably reasonable. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah,
You're
I'll
fine,
have
don't
it
worry.
open tonight though, or after the session.
So you added
You're
that
good, don't worry.
goal. You added that goal 2 sessions ago. No, 3. So that would be session 5.
Mm-hmm.
So you worked on it 5? No, you didn't work on it the first session you had it. I don't think you worked towards it the second session you had it either, but like, I don't,
Right.
I feel bad because I didn't necessarily track XP the same way, and yeah, I got lost in translation essentially. It's been at least 2 work towards, I know that much.
Okay. Because I'm also debating on maybe just abandoning it. Maybe.
Yeah, there's no shame in that. It's always, gambler fallacy comes into play where, you have the opportunity to work on it, but you give up the opportunity to work on something else.
Hmm.
I also just realized I can't wait for all that. We just did all of this to get horses to go faster. The horses immediately die in the Obsidian Peaks.
Yeah, you were like, oh, let's go to the carnival. Fucking
Wait,
idiot. Why
no,
did I even bring that up?
I know exactly how I'm going to complete some. Well, depending on how things go, but we'll see. I've got plans.
Yeah.
I got to make up for last session for being asleep.
That was a pretty good session, honestly. Like, the only thing kind of unraveled in the last scene, or like the scene with Sazin, I kind of fucked up a little bit. And then the subsequent scenes were really cool because it kind of laid out some information for everyone. I like the idea of using dream sequences. I probably use it too much. But in a setting like this, it's almost impossible not to.
I mean, given Screep's character, I think it is quite literally almost impossible not to. To
be fair, mine is more flashbacks than dreams, but fair.
Yeah, or memories, visions, dreams, all of the same. All of the same and everyone different, sure. All right, let's
just
get to...
realized-
Yeah?
I was gonna say, besides Scream, I don't know if Alera and Thump will continue, but once we actually complete this mission, unless something else horrifically goes wrong, Alera, Thump, and Sazin will just be satisfied and will probably just leave. Alera and Thump will kill Leto, their whole goal, and Sazin already has his major mission and he really, really wanted to finish, already done.
like the only reason this group is still together is because of Screep.
What? Why?
No.
Yeah.
What has Creep done to prevent the party from splintering?
Be fucking wacky as all hell.
Be a silly little guy?
To be fair, this entire party was made with information. If you know that it's not a good decision to work with the Flesh Crafters, we're all here because the page you set this up.
Yeah. How do you know that the Flesh Crafters are the baddies and not, the court? Or the family? Or the consortium? How do you know who's the good guy?
Well, we don't want to interact with any of them. I'm only in the consortium because I had to I basically earned extra cash.
Mm-hmm.
You got broke from college.
Yeah.
Well, I went to college because it would be better than working as a sorcerer fucking rogue, which didn't really work. Legitimately, actually, keep going to college. I don't know. Would you keep going to college at this point?
Yeah. Actually,
not bad.
Actually, I was gonna bring that up at some point. You really only have 1 or 2 tests to do yet. Like,
shit, right? He was in the middle of studying for it.
Yeah, you're almost. Yeah, you're like 2 out of the 3 years there. You could probably like convince someone to like, yo, dude, I've been adventuring and like I'm already like I know how to do this shit. You just gotta be.
I took a year off to do this. I'm already qualified. Let me just graduate. No, the tournament. I'm a sports star. The teacher will basically tell me I get to pass because I won the tournament.
Honorary passing. Honorary certificate of vein hunting because you won a wish at a tournament. Maybe.
A pretty deadly tournament, but
I can't wait to go back into college. Everyone just go like, "Hey, you're the guy that won." Fuck.
Hey, you're that guy.
Oh, is that guy?
My name's not actually known. It's just my face. That'd be the funniest fucking thing. No one actually knows how to say my fucking name. It's just everyone going, "Oh yeah, that guy. You won."
So you're level 4 now, right, Sazen?
Lauren. Fuck it no. Oh wait, DM. I forgot to ask this again. I forgot this last time. Did they broadcast that last fight or no?
He said no.
Okay, good.
So
yeah,
I did give
I
you.
remember that.
So I checked my notes, and I did in fact give you a complete goal for 3. I think I may have done the math wrong on it though.
I may have to relook at it. I need to see how much man. Maybe I did do 3. I need to see to kill that.
So
need to
I
look
give
at
you
mine.
150 XP, which is not the correct amount, I think.
Maybe I didn't complete it then. Maybe it was only just half. I also just barely.
No, I
got-
typed in our XP chat at the end of last session that you worked towards your second goal and that you completed your third. But I think I.
Ah, right. Shit.
Oh, okay. No, I gave you the right XP. I just didn't type it in correctly.
Okay. Then let me go ahead and I'll change it to kill Leto, which works.
Yeah, so I said 3 complete in parentheses 150, but I really meant to type 450, but I got the total correct. So I
Alright.
gave you the total at the end, and then I mentioned that you leveled up to 4.
Yeah.
Okay, and you said you wanted to change since you finished your third.
Yeah. Yeah, we just change it to kill Leto.
Okay,
I can work towards it.
and you
That
started
could be
that.
3 of our goals. Fucking me, Elira, and Thump are all gonna have the same exact goal.
Yeah, so Alara's goals are I want to take my tavern back, protect Thump, and I want to dig up more info on the family. I don't know if they'll get much XP. They got working towards for protecting Thump because they stayed behind when you left last session. Thump got learn more about his soul complete last session. That was a medium goal. But for the risk, I probably should have given him hard, but I think I'm happy with that because he was just laying in bed having a fever dream. And
I can't
that's
wait to figure out who that thing was or how to even communicate with it, because Thump has now done it multiple times without by accident.
Oh my god. Sorry, hold on. We might have to be a little delayed because my computer's acting up.
oh no.
Check your task manager. Maybe something's taking too much CPU.
Task. Because I'm trying to search for something and it is just going absolutely. It's so slow. But you guys can still hear me.
Yeah.
Fine. So it's not an internet issue.
So yeah, it's probably either a browser issue, maybe an extension problem, or it could be just maybe that website's fucking up. But I don't know.
Are you using
Open
Chrome?
another tab, look up
And-
something else, and see if it works.
Jesus. I had to end Firefox on. There we go.
Yeah, so Thump's not going to get any new goals, but technically, if you killed Leto, he would get his second goal complete that he's had since session 3.
I'm not that good. No matter how good my darkness spell is, I wouldn't be able to kill Leto fast enough. Maybe if Scream had like silence. Well, no, because I would kill my darkness. Fuck, we couldn't do it.
Yeah, so if you want to just work towards the Leto thing, that's fine. You can do that, or you can do another goal. It's completely up to you. That's the beauty of my system that I've created here.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to figure out what the fuck's happening with my eyes.
Mm.
I can't believe it. Once again, my character has an eye thing happening. For fuck's sake.
Is that a common trope with your characters?
No. It's not. It just keeps happening with you and Sam. With Sam, I got a new glass eye. If it gets a magic item.
Oh, cool. Well, this is a little different, I think.
Yeah. However, that glass eye, we said changes slight colors whenever I cast a spell and such. So yes, I can do the Sans thing for it as well.
Yeah. I got a new thumbnail for the videos. It's pretty cool. It's in the
I
recap
did
channel.
see that.
Yeah, welcome to the veins. If I could, I would make a cool Discord art and change it, but I was scared. I was scared to change it so that everyone would not realize like what server was which. Anyway,
I'm only in one D&D server. Also real quick. Well, I can figure this out during the session.
Mhm.
But hold on. Pain. Why?
Christ.
Sorry. That weird that random pain you might randomly get when you just suddenly just take a breath, like
Oh,
the
yeah.
like pain in your side. That just suddenly happened as I was about to talk. My body's trying to kill me. Anyways, question. So, I'm not getting as much use out of Screep's fighting style as I thought I was going to be because none of the party stays still.
Yeah, we got Thump, which is a constant moving force, like just
You want
disengage.
protection? Oh, why did you choose protection? Oh God.
No, I chose interception.
Alera's pretty
Oh, even
still
worse.
usually. But yeah,
So-
No,
Thump's like the
hits you
kind of
or runs away because he would need to.
yeah.
Thump hits and runs away. Lara, it's literally like a 50-50 on whether they're going to be ranged or melee, and then stays in.
If Blaze is in melee
He's-
with you, he's dead.
Yeah.
He would be murdered. He should not be alive.
So, is it alright if I change my fighting style?
So here's the funny thing: you can just with the optional rules, you can change your fighting style. I believe at either every level or every I think it's like at level 4 you can just change it. Maybe
At
look it
level
up.
4. It's 4th
Oh,
level, but I'm not.
right.
But
You're not getting to be there for a while.
yeah, I'm not gonna be there. That's why I'm just sort of because I'm really not getting as much use of it as when I initially created the characters. That's why I'm just asking if I can change it.
So what's your current fighting style?
So it's interception. You can use your reaction to reduce the damage the target takes by 1d10 plus your proficiency bonus.
Right. And what do you want to change to?
That's what I'm still trying to figure out. I just want to know if you would allow me to change it, and then I would let you know what I end up changing it to.
I mean they're considered feats technically, right? Like a feature, class feature.
It is a class feature.
Yeah, I think since it's pretty early still, we can change. I think that's all right. Because I
Okay.
let Alera change her one thing already, so it's only fair.
Cool.
The question becomes, do you want to do more? Oh, DM. Actually, I should ask you this because this is more important. DM, there is an ability with the fighting style. One of them is that you get to reroll 1 and 2s when you hit with an attack.
Mhm.
Will you count sneak attack as smites or no?
What are the rules on sneak attack?
It's basically dependent on you for smite, but essentially because you're technically rolling the die, I don't know if sneak attack would count, but for smites, it usually is a bit weird. But this would boost Screep's ability to do a lot of damage because you can just reroll 1 and 2 off of the sneak attack or smite.
I mean, that's
But that
if I
depends on how
wanted to
with
do
you
more
want.
damage, but the thing is, Screep is already going to do so much damn damage once he gets to higher levels.
Well, the other option is either you just, well, also higher levels. Also, the other option is, just protection, probably your next best thing. Or blind sight. I don't know how often we're going to be
Well,
flying.
actually, no, because the Great Weapon Fighting states that you have to wield the weapon with 2 hands, and he uses a shield, so. And
Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait,
the
really?
weapon must
Oh,
have the 2-handed or versatile property. So you can.
What weapon are you using?
Rapier.
So is
Oh, okay,
Divine
never
Smite a class thing, or what is that?
It's a class thing. Same as sneak attack, except you have to use spell slot for smite.
Great Weapon Fighting
Divine
is just
Smite.
another type
So
of fighting
starting at
style.
2nd level, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend 1 spell slot to deal radiant damage to the target in addition to the weapon's damage. You can deal an extra 2d8 for 1st level. So you want to know if you can use Divine Smite on a sneak attack.
Well, no. Well, I mean, technically you just could, but the thing was that with Great Weapon Master, but Sam's not doing that, you get to re-roll 1s and 2s. But with Divine Smite and Sneak Attack, I don't know if you would count those as to be allowed to be re-rolled as well. But Sam's not
Oh,
gonna
1s
take it
and
anyway,
2s
'cause
on the
you're not
Divine
gonna do
Smite
1s and
dice?
2s. Yeah, same as Sneak Attack does. I thought Sam was going to use a 2 weapon, at least a versatile weapon later, but I guess never mind. No.
Well,
Oh,
it's
no,
not really for
so
damage, is it? It's for the hit.
Yeah, that's the.
no, it is for damage. That's why most
Oh yeah, on your
great-
turn when you score a critical hit. So, I mean,
No, the-
sneak
the-
attacking. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, never mind.
So sneak
It doesn't
attacking
really matter.
gives you. Is it technically a crit?
No, sneak attack is whenever if there is a ally next to you, depending on what I forgot what Screep's stuff. No, you're doing arcane trickster. If there's an ally next to the opponent you are hitting, or if you just have advantage in general, you can add sneak attack. If you have, for example, disadvantage, you cannot add it, even if there's like an ally next to them. If I'm correct, I didn't re-look it up because Sam, you have the actual notes right in front of you. I'm
Well, no,
got back
so
in. Look at.
you can if you have an ally within 5 feet of you, you don't need advantage on the to have sneak attack. But if you just already have advantage, anyways, then you just get sneak attack. So they
Oh,
don't. They
next to
don't.
you? I thought it was next to the enemy.
Oh, next to the enemy.
Yeah,
you
cool. I was saying.
next to you was swashbuckler.
Thank you. Okay.
So you want to know
guess
if
we're in-
I rule that the damage dice from Divine Smite counts towards Great Weapon Master 1s and 2s on damage rolls?
Yeah, same for sneak attack. But I don't think we're going to care about that because Sam's not going to take it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, because again, it's not even really matter because you have to have a two-handed weapon,
Oh yeah.
which
And Sam's not going to do that.
which potentially for paladin you could, I mean, depending on how the DM wants to run, theoretically yes, but not with a sneak attack. A sneak attack specifies that you have to be wielding a weapon with the finesse property, I think, or like a ranged weapon or a weapon with the finesse property. And weapons with the finesse property aren't two-handed. There's a lot of intricacies in the rules that I've had to study from
Yeah.
just DM.
Yeah, the attack
So,
must
yeah,
be
I
a
don't do-
finesse or ranged weapon. So if you used a ranged weapon,
Yeah.
it could be. Yeah. Or
But anyways, I guess it's not going to matter. We don't have to worry about this ruling anyways because Sam's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so do you want to keep all three of your goals then, Screep?
Yes. Yes, I have plans for that. So yes.
Okay.
We
And
spent 40 minutes talking about goals.
Well, and other stuff.
it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. So are we ready to start the session? Does anybody have any starting
no,
questions?
completely.
Alright. Yeah. Don't mind me in the background. If you want to start with Satan, I'm gonna just change my fighting style.
We're going to start with Screep because I'm not from my computer yet. But I guess I'll start with me and I get to speak.
Okay.
Because we ended last time with me. I didn't want to begin with me as well because I felt bad about it.
It's still gonna have to because you're the only person here that's alive.
I thought
Screep,
wait,
we
like-
woke up-
Wait.
Screep
woke up at the
technically
end.
woke up at the end, but so we'll cover it. Everything happens at once, kind of
Okay.
sort of thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Like going.
Perfectly fine.
Here.
So the session begins with a view high above the Ashen Wastes, looking inward from the sea. In a time lapse of a few cycles and a few days, you can see the Watcher grin and then cast his fiery gaze on the whole land twice, and then a third time. And during this, the 4 original fissures that were erupting from the earth, so here, and here, over in Elysia, they begin spreading towards each other, forming a web and disconnecting the original existing roads in the lands below. as the ground continues to open, all sorts of cracks and crevices are formed alongside the main channels. But what happens is nearby landmasses and the formations of the northwestern wall from the profligate city, it sort of crumbles into the pit. So let me draw sort of kind of what that looks like. Here. So it sort of connects here and then goes there. There's like a brief intersection there. Sort of follows the road almost directly right through there, and then it goes further south, stopping right above there. And then this whole road sort of makes it into almost an island floating above a channel that is intersecting everything. Are you able to see Foundry, Sazen? Or am I
I
describing
just got my
something?
computer on. I'm gonna be real quick. I have it up.
Yeah, I'm just making this public. You can see it once you log on. The camera pushes
Okay.
upwards, providing a top-down view of the original fissures, now forming gushing waterfalls going downwards into the earth. The juice collecting below forms a massive river. It's hard to tell scale from this height, but it looks very large. Rivers of bright blue juice flowing from each of the channels. And then we fade to black. When we fade in, we're met with a face, a familiar face. That of Sazen, with his eyes dimly glowing a dull blue. He seems to be looking towards the sky, and we pivot the camera to look just over his shoulder, and we see that he's looking upwards into the spiraling blue energy that is still cascading from Damius's forum, where the statue was dropped down during the commencement of the carnival. You know that there's probably about 3 days left of the festivities. So there was a question about time last session, and it was handled about as well as could be expected. The general idea that I'm going for is 4 days ago. Right now, the party is going to be awakening very shortly, according to Aerith, the lady from the resurrection chamber. She told you that 3 days would pass and then your party would be back. At the very beginning, the first day was kind of eaten up by the tournament and the rests and all of that. So you lie, on the very edge of the afternoon, looking upwards towards the setting sort of light, dark gray sky. Sorry. There's a dark gray sky with the blue light shining and glowing through the almost a cloud layer above the earth. You're standing outside of the consortium. You're standing in the middle of the street. Can you go ahead and roll a perception check?
I just got hand you open. I got you. Perception. Not great. I didn't see a roll.
That's pretty good. 22. Yeah, you see that there's a few people that have stopped and are looking in your direction. They seem to just be in a sort of starstruck awe, looking at you, and they mutter to themselves. You see people passing. You see people passing, and the day's going about as normal. Loud music can be heard up the hill from the consortium district.
Sazen's gonna put up his hood after being in front of the consortium, and he's gonna head south to where Cassidy went, or at least the shop Cassidy tried to point out to him. But I figure I can find him again.
Mm-hmm. So you were told, where did you meet Cass at first?
He met him in between heading over to the shop and the Fleshcrafters Guild.
Right. Yeah, you like ran into him on the street, right?
Basically.
So you were told that he, according to Edrin, runs a shop in the lower end of the city. And by lower end, it means there's a part of the city almost completely underground. Upper end is a giant cavern with view of natural daylight through the entrance, huge cave mouth, and the city rests, or the Kelm's Keep and all of the upper districts lie on top of this cave. Underneath of this housing district is the lower end. It's a spiraling sort of ravine entrance. Most of the people who live there naturally have like dark vision of some sort, or are looked at as like cretins, kind of. It's the place that you go if you don't necessarily have a high social class or much money to your name, because it's really cheap to live there.
All right. How big is the area, by the way? He's trying to figure out how long he's gonna check stuff.
Lower end is probably about a mile, like total area, like a square mile. It's underneath of everything, so it's deceptively big. But you could probably find your way around the city. You haven't really been to this part too much. Probably make a survival check or investigation. I'd allow probably, unless you have some other role in mind to try to find try to find the shop.
And yeah, I'll probably just do some investigating.
Yeah, so you
Pretty funky because of that.
you eventually do see a sort of sign. It says Cass's Black Market in like a shoddily written sign, maybe like a chalk sign, you're not sure. It's a decrepit looking wooden building on the side of a cobblestone street, lit by like 5 or 6 sets of oil lamps that are just on each corner of the building, or each edge of the building. You see scorch marks on the side of the door, and you see a cart that has been fragmented just outside of the door.
Hmm. Does it look like anyone? Does it sound like anyone is inside?
You're outside of a building. You can't really hear what's going on inside. You can make a perception check, maybe.
I don't know if any windows or stuff to like slightly look forward through. I'll just do perception.
You see like a shadow at one point go along one of the windows. It's like a crappy Coke glass window, very like hazy.
Huh, I see. I guess I'll just walk inside at this point and stop being annoying.
Yeah, so you see one set of door hinges on the wall, and then another set with like splinters of wood that are like blown outwards as you walk into this dimly lit little pawn shop. Lots of magical items everywhere, lots of normal items and stuff too. But it's mostly like a display room for these like fairly common, some uncommon magic items just on the walls, and the most of the center stuff is the higher I guess higher volume of sale stuff like healing potions and adventuring gear and stuff. There's no one at the counter.
Is there a bell or anything, or no?
Yeah, so you look around and there's a front desk next to a register. It's got a little bell on it. It says ring for service.
I'll just quickly like tap it.
Yeah, you hear the reverberating ding throughout the whole shop. Very silent in here, underground. You hear some slamming and rumbling from the back room. And then eventually, this curtain of cloth opens and you see your friend Cass. Can you describe them for us? Once again?
Did you ever give me a description, or we figure find?
I think I kind of left it vague on purpose because I thought that you had something, and then I forget exactly
You're
what
right.
happened.
You're right. Let me. Yeah. Why does it not show it? I have it. Don't worry. I have it. I have it. I have it. I gave some description. I just named him a man named Cass. He's a human man. Regular height about 5'8", probably black ruffled hair, slightly bigger nose. Usually has dark eyes, though it's probably different now because it's been how long you've seen the man when you last saw him.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, he looks much more stressed than the last time you saw him. He looks almost
yeah,
like sick, almost. And he sees you and he goes, "Hey, it's been forever. What you? Where the fuck have you been? I thought you were gonna come see me like days ago."
unfortunately, got slightly busy and sidetracked. Besides, it was technically safer for you if I didn't see you.
I'll take
We
that.
did
I'll
have-
choose to take that as a compliment.
Well, I'm here now, at least. I finally had some free goddamn time. There's no chair in here, right? He's gonna lean on the table.
Yeah, it's just
considering.
a shop.
He'll
like-
lean on the table then.
So, you here for business or for pleasure? You wanna come on back and have a drink?
Sure. Well, I'm here more to talk. Wish I could do business. Don't have the actual liquid on me.
We're all kind of a little dry down here. Come on back. And he opens the cloth curtain, revealing a back room of sorts, sort of storeroom. One half of the shop is essentially just walled off, and it's a private sort of storage locker. It's got some sort of magical enchantment on the windows, and there's a pedestal in the center of this locker off to the left of the entrance. You want to make a perception check just to see if you notice anything?
My passive is not high enough. No.
Okay. Yeah, you see a pedestal in the center with something on it, but you're not really sure. And he mentions, "Yeah, go ahead and have a seat. There's a little table in the corner. Cloth draped over it. Kind of crappy little tablecloth. Threadbare. Not very good looking. It's been a while since he's bought this. It looks well used, well loved." And he says, "So, you're not here to kill me, right?"
No, I'm not.
He pours you a drink. And
Besides, if I was, it would have happened when we met about a bit ago.
I like to ask that question whenever I meet someone from my past. Sometimes I forget things.
And you're not going to kill me with this? He picks up the drink, slightly shaking it.
He takes your drink, drinks it, gives you his, and then pours himself another one.
Shit, touche. He downs his.
Make a con save.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, this is strong stuff. It's like backwater swill, tastes horrible. It's like a very good comparison to the stuff that Edrin gave you during your visit. He
Apparently
like
it's a favorite of
he
his.
sees how you he sees how you react, and he's like, "What? Never had shine before?"
Not in a long while. he had it 5 years ago when he was. Well, he stole some 5 years ago when he was in profligate, but never had it since.
Yeah.
He's gonna
It's a
steal
very
alcohol. He'll steal good stuff.
yeah, it's a very common drink in the lower class of the economy. It's very cheap. It's just called Shine, not moonshine. There's no moons here. Shine, because it glisters with a nice little speckle of juice that's like entrapped in the liquid.
Don't worry, he knows he's had it. He just hasn't had it in a while.
Yeah.
Besides, when you steal alcohol, steal the good stuff. At least.
Yeah, so he pulls out a chair and he sits down.
Okay, down the breast. Breast knuckles, breast text. We'll not go with that. So, with us two being the only ones left for that mission, I wanted to ask some things. Is the glowing of my eyes noticeable?
So you noticed that the feeling of the glowing eyes sort of went away when you stopped looking at the direction of that like beam of energy. It's not, it's almost imperceptible. It happens occasionally when you're nearby certain people, it seems.
All right. Cass, how long have you been part of the consortium? Well, were a part of it?
I don't remember. Right before our job, we kind of had an event, and just put it this way, I lost about 30 years. So probably at least 40, maybe more. It's funny, Edrin actually saved me. Found me on the outskirts of the city near the Bleeding Heart.
How the fuck did you get? Oh my god. He's realizing that's a fucking way further than you.
Yeah, you know how it goes for resurrections. Sometimes they're not actually, where you ended. I don't know how I died.
That's unfortunate. Then can I ask? Since I was in the vault, I didn't know if there was anyone noticeable who left during that period. I kind of stopped caring about the actual mission, considering everything else. 1 second, guys.
Oh. Oh no. He's gone.
There were a couple. I just put in the stuff in Scream chat.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, that's cool.
You want to choose blind fighting?
Yes.
Blinds? That's really good.
Because I mean, I already stated that I wasn't trying to, you know, fucking make Scrape a like max damage only certified, especially in an RP heavy campaign. So, went to something that might be potentially useful in RP.
Uh-huh.
All right, sorry about that. Had to talk to someone. Sazin will basically say. So 40 years, you don't know how you died. Do you know if you saw anyone leave the vault? Considering the thing we were looking for was gone long before we got there.
Well, I mean, there was Eva and Gregor and Riverin, but that's just me and you, as far as I know.
I can't really ask them what they saw, obviously.
Can you make a insight check?
Man, I wish I had enhance ability.
You just love enhanceability.
It's a great spell.
Yeah,
It's
he's
like this.
yeah, he's like being a little dodgy about the way he answered it, but you think that he's telling you the truth. His eyes
I'll
are
ask
like
this one more-
shifty. He keeps glancing towards the direction of the like storage cage.
I'll ask this one more time then. Did you ever see the Herald?
Hmm. 1 second. Let me determine.
And you know what, Sam? To be fair, if I don't have enhanced ability, we fall off a bird and possibly die.
He kind of chuckles when you say that. It's like, what do you? I mean, wait a second. What did you call him?
DM, did I say something wrong?
No, like that was Cass saying that.
Yeah, no. In character, did I say something wrong when I
No.
said when I call him the Herald? No?
No,
The Herald?
yeah, that. You mean the one that showed up in the city, like right there in the forum? What are you? Are you telling me that blue thing was a herald?
Was the thing I saw also blue, or was it a different color for me?
It was painful for you to look at it. It was. I think we discovered that you were able to tell that it was like a being of blue energy, like formed in that way, almost like a piece of cheesecloth with fog going through it, like lighting up blue and having like a evaporation fall down it, almost like he's made of dry ice. He kind of emerged out of an artery that was under a channel in the city.
Alright.
You were both right there when it happened. Cass was there. He didn't die immediately, as far as I remember. He lived to tell the tale. He's being
Better than most people.
pretty weird. He's being pretty weird about the way he's answering these questions. You would recognize this by now.
Oh no, yeah, he's Canadian. Yeah, seeing how Cass is reacting, then. Yes, most likely the blue thing.
Oh yeah, that. He's being really nonchalant. Like he's really hoping you stop asking questions about this. I mean, yeah, I saw it. You kind of like, I don't know, withered at its gaze or something. It's pretty weird.
Be more detailed for our sake.
Well, last thing I remember, we were running, guards were chasing us, and then the door got blocked by like some growth or something, artery or vein, and then that thing opened up, and he came out of it. Looked at you. He said something, but I think at that point you blacked out, or I'm not sure. But he said something, and then, well, that's basically the last thing I remember. It's like a blank in my memory. I just remember waking up in the exit with you.
With me.
Yeah, I left. We both went our separate ways, and then I think Edrin came and picked you up. I don't know. I needed to get out of Dodge. I didn't feel well.
And from what I remember, I woke up alone, correct?
Yeah, you woke up alone right at the exit.
Right at the exit. So I don't remember the vault being in the Bleeding Heart.
No, the exit to the. You woke up in the opportunity.
Cass just said that he woke up, that he was found at the Bleeding.
Oh,
the
right.
Bleeding Heart.
No,
Yes,
that was he was referring to his previous death.
Oh, okay.
He didn't die this last time.
Okay.
He just had like spots of memory that he forgot.
All right. Okay.
No, and when you say that, he's like, "No, that was before." No, I just had some weird memory shit happen when I left. It's still happening, actually. Feels like Feels like I'm disintegrating or something.
Don't think too hard. Don't want you to hurt yourself that badly. Cass starts.
He like laughs when you say that. Oh, come on, I'm not that dumb. You guys never would have made it past that first set of guards without me.
Yeah, fair. Not going to deny that. He takes another sip. He's going to. How far is that closet from me?
20 feet?
20 feet? Alright. Too far to do any actually thing I want to do.
I mean, the closet, like cage closet thing?
The thing that he was kept looking at, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a sectioned off portion with a locked cage sort of towards the back room. It forms like an L shape. The table and there's like a tiny little desk are right outside of that cage, about 20 feet to the like main entrance of the cage.
Alright. Did you ever say anything to Edrin when you first woke up?
Yeah, I was actually the one who delivered the stone.
I'm
Technically.
assuming Edrin I'm by the way, the reason I'm asking all these questions, I'm going to assume Edrin has told me all of this, so I'm gonna make sure every single part of his story
Yeah,
is
yeah, you're
yeah, yeah.
corroborating. Yeah. He hasn't lied yet. He just knows that he disappeared. Edrin told you that he disappeared for a little while after the heist. He like showed up in the consortium district like completely dazed, and then Edrin found him. He was essentially a walking zombie before Edrin cast like a, I think it was Greater Restoration or something. Basically a special spell to wake him up. It's happened before. People, it's the same mental state that you have when you're a husk, and sometimes if you're very unlucky, it can happen to you without you forgetting anything. And so he snapped it out of him and gave him the stone, or the Cass gave Edrin the stone that you guys stole, and you're not exactly sure what happened after that. Edrin didn't really talk about it.
No, that makes sense. Alright then. All in all, then I have a quicker question for you. Why are you acting so nervous? Satan's gonna get up and nonchalantly start walking to the actual place that Cass keeps looking towards.
Make a persuasion check.
It's persuasion. Cool.
It's like, you know, you're an all right guy. I should tell you. I do know what that thing said to you. But
So is
I
there
really
anything
shouldn't tell you. You don't want to hear it.
Why in the hell would I not want to hear it?
The way Edrin says it, the some things that you don't know are the only things keeping you here. I mean, if you really need it, I can tell you. It's just, if I tell you, it's not my fault what happens to you.
Go ahead. Say it.
Why are you pacing towards the cage?
Because you kept looking at it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Anyway, he gets up, starts like pacing, pours himself another drink, and turns around and says, he said you were like, I forget exactly the terminology he used, but said you were like the ink on the parchment or some shit. Said you were the binding to the book. I didn't quite understand it at the time, but I'm starting to. And he opens the cage, goes over to it, and walks over to the pedestal. He like ushers you in if you have him, like if you follow.
He does. Trying to think of what book that could mean.
Yeah, and on the pedestal is a sort of stopwatch. It's silver, and the inside has like a blue typeface on a black background. And as you get near it, can you make a Constitution save?
All right. Oh my god, I can't apparently make.
Yeah, so you hear, as you grow closer to it, a ticking in your head. And it's, as you go even closer, it starts to become almost painful. He's standing right next to it. He's got his hand like outstretched, getting ready to pick it up. And then he does.
The pain's still there and everything.
Yeah, it's at first very difficult to deal with, but then it gets a little easier. Yeah, I think they're onto something here.
What is that watch?
Yeah, you like at this point you're trying your best to like get a better look at it.
He's trying to. I'm guessing it hurts somewhere. He's not even. I'm trying to. I'm not trying to clutch my head. I was like,
Yeah, it's slowly subsiding.
okay, so it is a little bit better. What is that watch? We'll get a better look at it. Just kind of getting a slightly closer look as the pain eventually goes away.
On the watch, on the inside cover, is a inscription. It says, "Always with you, E plus V." And then the hands on the clock are very simplistic. There's hardly any typeface. It's just like midnight, pretty much. And there's 3 separate sets of hands. As you get closer, one of the hands starts moving.
It wasn't moving before.
No, he had it in his hand and he sees that happen. And he looks at you and he says, Yep, they were right.
All right, go ahead and explain this.
So there's this group, new formed, kinda, sorta. Have you ever heard of drunk. You ever heard of Drake Narrowfeather?
The guy that talks to kids. Really? Nothing? Drake, the musician?
Oh, Jesus.
No, God damn it.
I wasn't sure what that was about.
Yes, that was a joke about actual Drake, the person.
Oh, shit. So what do you say when he
I
asks
guess-
this?
Would my character know about a person named Drake?
You're in the consortium. You would probably know that one of the shops, the higher tiered magical shops in the consortium district, is ran by a man named Jebediah Narrowfeather.
Jebediah's a son?
Yeah. I guess you know who he is then. Yeah, he leads the Republic of Opportunity. Sort of a local faction. He's looking into some shit. Put a couple jobs together, and a couple weeks ago I went and got this for him.
You got it from where?
He gives you a devilish smirk, and he says, "Wouldn't you like to know?" I mean, I can tell you, I'd have to kill you first. You can make a persuasion check.
Let's see if I can get this up again. 16.
Okay.
Look, since you already have it here, you might as well tell me. 3 of us died
for not getting it?
Well, someone got it. I might as well tell you that it was there. We just missed it.
Invisibility?
Secret room.
Fuck.
Yeah, I know, right? Took me
Wasn't for
almost an
goddamn
hour.
years.
Took almost an hour for me to fucking find it. There was a stone that you just pushed on and fucking doors slid. It was fucking people in Kelm's Keep, I swear.
It was just the guards. If they weren't there, this would have been actually much easier.
Yeah, it was a lot easier when I went alone.
That's fucking shit.
Anyway,
He's
I
not happy, but he's gonna immediately say, "So who'd you get this from?" Sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry. So Drake asked him to get this.
yes.
The leader of the Republic of Opportunity and son of Jebediah. What rank is Jebediah? Or
Mm,
did he just only own a store?
he's kind of just like a shop owner. He's probably not made a public rank that you know of.
Makes sense. Son of a shop.
Sorry to interrupt, but for notes, what did the pocket watch say?
It's not E plus W. It's E plus V.
Mm-hmm. Always with you, essentially.
E plus V, and it said always with you.
Yeah, always with you. E plus V.
Got it. Thank you.
Why would you want to have a note of that? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I've got my reasons. Don't worry about it.
So
Then
he's holding this pocket watch in his hand.
I'm guessing it did not move before. So you know the reason it moved when I came up?
He smirks and he looks at you. He's like, "Yeah, I do."
All right, come on, explain it. Stop getting twisting my nuts here.
Sorry, I like it when, pregnant pauses really dramatic. Makes me feel like I'm in something.
I should never let you read some of the books Edrin have. You'd be stuck there for hours.
Wish I could read. Oh, I'm fucking with you. I could read. Yeah.
Insight
So,
check.
I mean,
I'm
sure.
gonna fail the roll, but I'm going to.
Oh my god. Yeah, he can totally read. Probably. Most people
Should
can.
be able- Most people can. I hope most people can.
So he sort of looks at it and then looks back at you. He holds it away from you, and you see the hands stop, and towards you, and you see the hands go. And the other two hands seem almost immovable. Like they're not moving. From the midnight position, you see like one. They're all the different color metal, sort of like a silver, gold, and like a bluish color.
Yeah.
The bluish color is the one that's moving around the outside. And he tests that, and he's like, yeah. So, apparently, seeing one of those people, according to him, gives you, like, sort of special powers or something. He's not exactly sure. In case you were wondering, he's also been witnessed by one of those people. Different, but the same. You remember when that guy showed up in the forum with the huge beam of light? We're not supposed to talk about it. He's talking about the arrival of the Herald, the very public arrival of the Second Herald. That Lord Damakin sort of forbade anyone from speaking about.
Yeah.
The first one was violently killed. Like, before anyone even questioned him. He was a sort of local arrival. But the second was yours, so I think I messed that up. So the first one was the, like, public one that was sort of described in a vision that Thump had.
Okay.
If you remember that from last session.
Yeah, you have in the notes, Bump. I gotta.
But yeah, he goes, yeah, those guys are kind of an enigma for a lot of the consortium people. So it's kind of fallen on the fast-moving underbelly, so to speak. People that are scared to take risks.
Hmm. Has he met any others who triggered this goddamn clock?
Funny enough, it didn't trigger for him.
Oh. He saw a herald before, didn't he? You just said that.
Yeah, but it, for whatever reason, he had a theory. You'll have to ask him. He's long-winded, kind of a douche. Yeah, but people are looking for this, so just keep this between me and you.
I got no reason to tell anyone else for now.
All right.
Why'd he tell you to steal it then?
He told me that if they had it, wouldn't go well. Something along the lines of the weapon in a wrong hands or something. It's just a fucking watch. I don't see the point.
I got a closer look at it then?
He squints. Yeah, for old time's sake.
He's gonna go ahead and take the watch into his hand, and he's gonna see if his eyes actually change color, or if he can fully tell if they are.
Can you make a no Constitution save at disadvantage, please?
God damn it! Why can't it be charisma? Motherfucker rolled a 13.
So you go and reach out and grab it, and when you touch it, your skin starts to burn, and you get knocked out.
Sorry.
Wait.
Sorry, real quick.
Take
what
two.
were the words
You take 2
that you
points
mentioned?
of magic damage.
Wait, am I? Would that be okay? So there's 2 points. I'm not actually knocked out, am I, or no?
You are unconscious on the floor.
Damn it,
For
I kind of been 0 HP.
for this many rounds, so for 6 seconds, you are unconscious on the floor.
I just do the window XP sound. I'll just turn it off and I turn back on.
He's looking down at you. He says, "I didn't think that would happen. Are you good?"
Maybe. Maybe. Oh, fuck. What the hell?
He just holds it to his like body, and he's like, it's pretty fucking weird."
So glad I can't actually be able to figure out what this is. That's great. He sits there kind of like biting his lip with a slight annoyance, and he's gonna stand back up. God.
Do you want to try that again?
Probably not.
He sets it down back on the pedestal. Now, why are you really here?
Because I wanted to know why the fuck my eyes glow.
Well, don't know. I don't think that guy does either.
So Drake doesn't know. Edrin may not want to tell me. You definitely don't know.
I bet the consortium knows. Maybe.
I'm sure they're gonna willingly give up that information. Especially after I caused the fucking sleeper to show up here.
Yeah, I heard about that. Cool. How did you beat that thing? That was fucking awesome, by the way. Good job.
I didn't fight the sleeper. What?
No, I mean the worm.
Oh.
It was your wish, right? That's why everyone was so fucking pissed. Can't think of
Yeah,
anything
it was my
else.
wish. No, you're right. It was my wish. The worm was an incredibly ridiculous feat. I should have died too.
He visibly shudders when you mention the worm.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that fight is mostly a blur because I was half dead for a good part of it. I was close to
Yeah,
being
that
dead.
was what the hell happened afterwards? Like I saw 2 people go into the final chamber.
They had us do well, 2 groups fought in the final chamber. Then, of course, they decided that only one may stand and, fight to the death.
They made you fight yourselves?
Yeah?
Dude, that's fucked up.
He's gonna look at him like.
I mean, I guess. I mean, it's a wish. Anyway.
Know that before we came in, so that was great.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty cool of you to do that. What? I'm not gonna ask why.
I don't think majority of the people who I'm going to speak to after this will think that. So I have a dumber question. Would Drake like to speak with me?
I'll ask him. Get in touch with you. It's a little late, so I don't know, maybe you can come back here tomorrow, if that's all right. Or just contact me. I'll probably go there tomorrow morning or something. This is a development for sure.
Do you fucking trust the Republic of Opportunity or Drake himself?
They're a little too free spirit for my nature. They're talking about like a different religion or something. I don't prescribe to that shit. I don't pretend to like it.
Surprised the Phage hasn't done anything about it.
Let's hope they don't know. Otherwise, I might be in a whole different kind of trouble.
Yeah, touche.
Anyway, it's getting late. Do you need anything else, or you good?
Since you have a bunch of black market shit, what's your lowest price thing you have?
I mean, we sell like rations and shit.
Good. If I'm ever down here fucking needing to grab something real quick, I'll come to you.
Yeah, just watch out. I hired new security. We got stolen from a little while ago. Fucking kobold came in, stole a shield.
What did the shield look like?
Just a normal, magic shield. Makes
Wait.
it a little better.
I have a question. He saw the fighting, right? Did he not see Screep?
He saw Scrape come back after a long night.
No. I know. I meant in the tournament. He saw multiple fight. He saw Screep. He would have to have seen the fights multiple times, right?
We're gonna make him make an intelligence save.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, hold up a second. He.
Yeah, he's like, hold on a second. Who was that kobold you're with?
Let's see.
He was wearing a pink dress.
They look a little. I don't know. There's other kobolds down here. It could have been anyone really, but I don't know. They were wearing a dress. Does that sound like someone you know?
I'm gonna roll a deception check because I'm gonna say maybe. 'Cause
Okay.
To be fair, I don't want to assume other kobolds don't ever wear dresses, but this feels pretty obvious for who it is. So he's
How
gonna roll
many sorry
deception.
kobolds with pink dresses could there be?
He basically just says, maybe. If he wants, he can roll like insights. I'm gonna see if he knows. I'm like, I could probably know this person.
No, I had a DC in mind.
Okay.
He goes, well, if you see any kobolds wearing dresses, or, that admit to stealing from me, that'd be cool if you told me so I could, like, get my money back, at least.
How much was that shield?
Like 150 iron.
Says in drinking is gonna do the comedical drinking and then spit out. Whereas he's like, fuck.
Yeah, the
Wait,
guards
why was
chased
it so
after.
expensive?
What do you
What's
mean?
in that shield?
It's just a normal shield. I don't know.
150 gold shield is normal.
Well, It's a better shield, obviously. Deflects attacks better. Easier to repel things with, that kind of thing.
Shit, all right.
It's magic. Enchanted. It's got some sort of curse on it or something. I wasn't going to tell anyone when I sold it, but you might want to know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just
What?
yapping.
That's the fucking curse. Because if I do find the person and if I start fighting them, I don't want it to transfer to me somehow.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Fuck.
I just know it's not good. Not really that great at, identifying things, so I usually have one of our guys do it at the consortium. What's that guy's name? Rayasthla, I think.
Gosh. I would know him pretty well, wouldn't I?
Yeah, he runs a huge magic shop in the consortium district.
Well, if I see that shield, I will tell you about it, and I will probably avoid touching it with my hands, depending on if it curses me or not. You
Yeah,
sh-
like I said, I don't know what it does, so not a bad idea to be careful.
Maybe you're lucky that it got stolen. If you sold it to someone, they got cursed and they lived, they would have came back for you.
Well, whoever wanted it bad enough to almost get themselves killed by my security.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to it. I probably have to go see some friends who should be waking up at this point.
Oh yeah. So you had to kill all of them? That's fucked up. And he starts walking out of the store.
Well, I guess I'm gonna walk with. Well, I only killed one. The other one killed the other two. I mean, I helped.
Last man standing. Nice. He's like sort of gesturing for you to go through the door that he has opened.
Yeah, no, he walks in and just says,
Yeah.
"Well, it's never that great, but I will hopefully see you. I guess tomorrow then."
Sure, yeah, just stop by.
He gives like a wave as he keeps walking, and is gonna head right over
Back to the resurrection chamber.
What's your passive perception?
13.
Okay. Yeah, so you eventually make it back up the hill towards Kelm's Keep. If that's where you're headed, back to the resurrection chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're met with guards and you sort of don't even need to say anything because they recognize you from the fight. And you're let in. You go up the staircase, and as you enter, you see Aerith tending to Screep. Thump and Alera. Alera's got like a chair pulled up next to Thump, and there's Alera's sleeping. Thump's kind of, comatose, and so is Screep.
Damn it. Well, I guess I put my hopes up too much to walk in and hopefully see them awake.
I think it's right about now that Screep, you would normally wake up. Right about now.
Just as soon as I walk in and say that, it just hi.
Well, no, Screep like, like had a dream and died, and now they're alive.
Yes. Real quick before I roleplayed, screw that
The
moment.
notes.
I again, my short-term memory is awful. What were the words on the stupid
Is it not posted
Watch him.
on the recap?
That the words on the pocket watch wouldn't be. No.
All right, 1 second. Here you go. I'll just type it into the.
Okay,
chat.
appreciate it.
I misspelled always.
All right, we'll fix your spelling someday.
Well, I didn't separate them. Was the issue?
Well, I don't think you would need to because always is one L and it's one word.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see it's
Not big.
when you looked at it, you'd be able to tell that it's like ingrained permanently in like the lid of it, like the inside lid. It's like closable cover.
Okay, I'm good now. Screw just woke up.
Yeah, so Aerith is like,
What just happened?
she's like minding bandages, taking bandages off of you. And she like takes a step back and looks at Sazin, who just came in.
Oh, hello. How did winning go?
I got what I wanted.
That's good.
You're not gonna comment on the fact that you died?
I feel like it's the first time. So yeah, dying, not fun. What? How long is creep out?
3 days. You feel well rested.
Oh, that was in character.
Then I guess a Lyra can say that.
Yeah. Ah, that would be the longest yet. I don't know. What's the plan now? And he would like look over and see that Lyra, and well, I guess that Thump is still unconscious.
Yeah, so when you look at her and like she wakes up, she like looks down at Thump, like pushes him. She said you'd
Like
be
this?
awake. She said you'd be awake like at the same time. What's going on? And they look at Aerith. She's like, It's okay, dearie. She'll be awake soon. Don't worry." And at that time, or he'll be awake soon. At that time, Thump bolts and sits upright.
Oh, alright. Hello. I know
He-
he's not actually here, but you know.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
He's just looking at Alera and sort of got his hands folded. His demeanor's changed a little bit. He looks like something happened during his like time out, maybe.
You all right, big guy?
Oh, I'll be fine. I
Mm,
had a lot of dreams.
what do you know? Same here. They're kind of weird though. Creep's
My-
brain hurts.
And as you guys are talking, Aerith leaves hurriedly and walks down the stairs.
Oh, okay. Bye, I
I'm
guess.
going- Oh, shit. Damn it.
Hmm?
Why couldn't I have better stealth? He wants to
Stealth?
follow.
You could try to follow her. You're allowed.
I don't want to visibly fail.
There may be repercussions. Who knows?
Well, then he's just gonna take note that Aerith left in a hurry, probably to. He's basically gonna say to the other four, "Well, she's about to tell someone that we're awake, and that we're gonna be very soon going up north to the peaks."
Why would we go there?
Our original mission.
Do you really forget where we're going? We accepted this mission and then we just decided to do the carnival for some reason.
No, we needed money for horses.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Excuse me, that Screep's brain decided to hurt.
You where you gave the name of people who I was listening to. God damn it! Why can't I find the recap view request? Thump and Alera shared a memory. The first of the Herald. Screep is a vision. Oh wait.
Disembodied voices behind a door, perhaps, with you would recognize that you heard the Fool, the Page, and some mysterious third party talking.
It took me forever to figure out. Cool. Well, she's probably gonna tell the Fool and some other person after the sleeper showed up here.
Huh. You know, Scrape kind of remembers something. Not by much, but Fool did seem interested in having us go to the peak, I think. He very clearly pointed out when Screep met him. Before getting knocked out.
Which is, great to know that before doing something the Fool wants.
More concerning than anything.
Scrape, where'd you get your shield?
Oh, straightforward.
Scrape got it from a shop.
How much did it cost?
I think the label said 100 gold pieces or
You
something
have
like
100
that.
gold pieces.
Uh, mm.
You want to make a deception check, Screep?
I
This
can't wait for
is
you to roll a 20. I'm gonna sit here going, fuck.
Please, please don't roll well. That would be so funny. Oh,
to be fair. Like,
funny
I've
little
played
lizard
this-
man badly lying.
I don't know. We'll see. What this deception. Not great at this. 16. Technically,
You want to roll an
he
insight,
wasn't.
Season?
He wasn't.
Yeah.
Technically, he wasn't entirely lying. You did get it from a shop. It did say it was like 100 on the tag or something. This
I
is me
said he had
forgetting.
100. You had 100 gold on you, is what he said. Fucking.
Hmm.
Scrape can't remember. How do you expect Scrape to remember or something that long ago? It was just knocked out for 3 days.
I mean, I don't have any. I'm doing my best Matt impression right now, or not Matt, Aaron impression right now. I don't have any memory loss.
Clearly, Scrape got knocked in the head more than you did. Or wait, no, I forget. You knocked Scrape in the head a bunch of times.
Yeah, that would probably do it.
By the way, that shield is cursed.
How do you know that?
How the fuck do you think I know, Screep? I know you stole it.
I didn't steal nothing.
Screep, name me another kobold that was wearing a dress 4 days ago who entered a store to steal a shield that you mysteriously appeared with.
In his defense, what happened that day was you guys went out, you confronted the thief right beside the tavern that you were staying at, and during that whole ordeal, the chase happened, and Screep was wearing a dress during the whole thing. And then after everything ended, the party went back to the tavern, and Screep went out to shop in the dress.
Because he just didn't bother taking it.
I think, because you
Yeah,
basically you weren't
yeah.
wearing the dress, and then you like were trying to
on
cause
you,
a
you just-
distraction, I guess, or trying to like circumvent navigation through the building. Not really sure.
Mhm.
And then you took a dress off of the rack, put it on, and then started like running around and causing havoc.
Scoop does. But no, so Scrape in response to just will say, oh, sorry, what was it that you said, Sazen?
Jason basically said, Screep, the reason I know this show is cursed because you stole it from a person who got it cursed. As you appeared 3 days ago with a new shield. Wearing it, which we didn't know you could have gotten at late at night.
Scrape has connections.
Do you want to know how it's cursed or no?
I guess.
Then just tell me you stole it because the guy is looking for you.
Scrape didn't steal the shield.
So there's another kobold running around in a dress who went and stole a shield. An opportunity.
There are many kobolds.
Yeah, this is getting on the borderline of like weird metagamey shit. I don't know. I think it. Yeah, they're just. I think at this point, Sazen has their mind made up, right?
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
But he has his mind made up, but Scrape is still insisting he didn't steal nothing.
I didn't do nothing.
Oh god.
Can't prove it. Where's the security camera?
I'm gonna get fucking jumped by Kaz's man, and I'm not gonna be able to logically explain how the fuck I know you. Shit. I know where fucking Leto is. There is no one else here, right?
Yeah, just the four of you.
I know where Leto is.
Oh,
Really, where?
where's that?
Just
That son of a
know
bitch.
Well, they run from know pretty well. It's in the same exact spot you last met him.
She has this look on her face like she didn't hear you. What do you mean by that?
They're at your bar. That's where the party's gonna be held.
She's
All
really
week.
quiet, and then
Ooh,
her face
Lolo.
gets like bright red, and she stands up and just walks to the balcony like bald hands. Says
Mhm.
something.
She's gonna scream it.
And right as she says, fuck! Really loudly off the balcony, you hear the clamoring of footsteps coming up the stairs.
How many? Oh, I didn't make a perception check to figure that out.
Yeah, you can make a perception check.
And then also Screep.
God damn it.
Screep is gonna ask.
More than 2.
When is the party? Or when are we going?
Well, we may be he, like sort of like as he hears the voices, he kind of like trails off as he turns around to the door. Maybe never.
Yeah, so you see a couple of hook-handed guards at first escorting the fool and a person that you haven't met before, but they know you, and you probably have seen them, the knight. He is sort of a scale mail, plate mail sort of garb on, lacquered in the blue and black of the court, with a long, like silk sort of cape. He's got a helmet in his hand with a long blue feathered plume, and at his side, let me finish the description. So he's bald, and he has like ritual scars all over the top of his head. He has a black short goatee. On his side is Aerith, and then on the other side of Aerith is the page. And you haven't really seen the two like really close together before, but the knight and Aerith have a resemblance to each other.
Is
Like
the knight a dwarf?
He is not.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know where you got dwarf from. I think it's the accent.
Wait, you said she was a human?
Who?
Eric.
Yeah, Aerith is a human.
Swear that was
The knight is not a dwarf.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're just walking upwards and then making their way across the like wide open floor. The knight is going directly for Screep, and the page is headed directly for Thump.
Screep is just gonna look up from his bed. Hello.
Hi, how's it going? You and you mind coming with me for a minute?
30 points.
Okay.
Sazin and Screep.
Okay.
And the page is like hushed tone talking to Thump, and Thump points to Alara. And Alara turns around, walks over to Thump, and the page and Alara have a sort of private conversation. And then the page sort of waves a hand, and the guards start escorting them down the staircase before you. Do you say anything?
I'm gonna stay silent because I can't think of
Do you
what to say yet.
you try to kill them? Perhaps?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so they go and they say to you, or the page says to you, we have some questions for your party members relating to something we discovered. We will be in the castle. They'll be safe for the time being. The knight wants to escort you somewhere and talk about something quickly. Question about a job, perhaps. A short job.
Okay. Hopefully it don't take too long though. Screep has to go somewhere.
Page squints at you. Okay. Sure. I talk with him about that. And they all sort of leave. The knight and Aerith and one of the harvestmen that has like followed them up the staircase are just hanging out. They don't seem to be terribly eager to leave. The knight sort of waves you off for just a second and goes to speak with Aerith privately. Side note, Aerith was like chit-chatting with the page on their way up, like very obviously.
Oh no, that was probably pretty easy to tell, but I
Yeah.
assume we couldn't hear it very well. We couldn't hear it.
Yeah, the knight and also Aerith are now talking privately a little bit away from you.
Then I guess he'll try his best to lean on the wall and maybe attempt to listen a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, make a perception check.
No. Fuck's sake.
You
Good
hear
question.
you hear Aerith sort of exclaim, and you hear the word cycloscope. And she shakes her head, and she gestures to, like, the ground. And then she points back to Screep, and is, like, muttering something that you can't make out.
Scrape, you know what a fucking really? A scriptoscope is?
Good question. Does Scrape know what that is?
Both of you can make a history check.
I was gonna say, Scrape even tell me if he knows.
Yeah, would you?
No, Scrape absolutely does not know.
Oh, it's
That was-
private.
Oh, that was a self roll. So my bad. It was a natural one.
Okay.
I like to roll above a 10 today,
Yeah,
please.
you guys have no idea what a cycloscope is.
Yeah, no, sorry, Scrape don't know.
Sazen, you recall Aerith at one point using an instrument on Scrape and it malfunctioning, and you essentially intervening and physically removing the device from the back of Scrape's neck.
I never. Okay. Well, I always say so. I'm just gonna shut up. Okay. Well, then I guess I'll just wait. Because then that's all he hears. He's gonna wait for one of them to come back to speak with them, considering we're supposed to be escorted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the harvestman is just watching you very intently. And after a short while, Aerith comes to you and says, "Well, it looks like you're free to go. I have a question. Do you know why that happened to him, Sazen?"
I would have no fucking clue. What was it supposed to detect?
Well, the device is it's a tool used from. Oh my god, my accents are fucking fading. Holy shit.
Is Scrape also hearing this, or?
Yeah,
is-
you're both right there.
Okay.
The device is
Yeah.
a tool. It's called a cycloscope. It's used for measuring resurrection intervals to tell you how long it'll be. And I honestly just took a guess. I guess I was right, but I could have been wrong. Anyway,
Okay, what
when you were
happened?
under, when you were under, I used this, and she goes and she pulls out a stethoscope-looking thing. It's made of like a brass and gold metal, and it has one lead that connects to the user's temple, sort of. And she like holds it to her temple and like gestures that's how it's used. And she said, "I put it on the back of your neck while you were under, and for some reason or another, it did something really strange, and I don't really understand why. It sort of started sparking, and, well, your friend here probably saved you. He threw the device on the ground. I'm surprised it still works.
Scrape almost died again?
I don't think it would have caused your death. It might have delayed your resurrection a little, but... so neither of you know why that could have happened?
Mm,
I haven't the slightest idea of what it could be.
I mean, Screep was having weird dreams, but I don't know.
She like narrows her eyes and says, "You know, there's a lot of meaning in dreams." Was it like a bad dream or a good one? At this point, the knight has like started walking in their mailed boots, clunk, clunk, slowly towards you, hearing this conversation.
Maybe they weren't dream. Maybe memories, dreams. I don't know.
I've had a couple of dreams like that. Anyway, my dad, the knight wants to take you somewhere, talk about a thing or something. I don't know. Do you want to go with him? And the knight sort of
okay.
gestures.
Well, we're already being escorted there. And I doubt we're going to be allowed to stay here while they're being questioned.
All right. Well, have fun, you two. The knight sort of walks up to you, says, "We're leaving. Let's go."
Okay. Screep just starts walking.
So he takes you down, and he presses a stone in along the way down the spiral staircase, and a sort of secret passage opens up. On the other side, you see a long, sweeping parapet, like a retaining wall that goes along the outer edge of the castle. It's about 3/4 of the way up, half maybe, and he gestures to go through.
Just gonna
Okay.
walk in it. Well, let Screep go in first, and I'll walk in right behind him.
I'll let Screep go in first. I like that.
Screep literally just waddling away.
Yeah, so you're taking a leisurely stroll along the keep's retaining walls with the knight for quite a long while. And the knight is sort of third wheeling you guys. The guard has hung back at the like entrance to this place. And you see a drawbridge like halfway past where the door was from where a vault door that you can see on the side of the castle is. The drawbridge is currently raised. He cranks a lever, and a magical-looking sort of suspension bridge rises up to complete the pathway for you to cross. And by the time you guys make it across, he has started talking. Just sort of to anyone who will listen. It's like, "That was quite the fight. You know, I've only ever seen the worm bested by one or two. I've never seen it bested by a whole party before. None of you died. That was really impressive."
Well, thank you.
You'll have to show me how you do that green thing, whatever that is.
Oh,
With
this?
your-
And he just demonstrates.
Yeah.
Like it's not in a threatening way. Just,
Yeah.
Like Screep doesn't even really think about how he does it. He just holds sword out, flames appear.
That's pretty cool. I wouldn't think someone of your stature would have that ability or anything like that. I'd never seen that before. And you, with your magic, those missiles were very key, I think, in the destruction of that creature. Never would have won without those, I don't think. And by the time the conversations come to a natural end, he is opening the large iron vault door, cranking it, and he pulls it to the side. And on the other side, you see a secondary cage, like an iron bar cage, a very long hallway of like sort of marble floors, the same stony walls of the rest of the keep. And lining the sides of this hall are little alcoves blocked by like a magical blue barrier, each one separated by about 6 to 10 feet. And at the very center of an intersection of a hallway, you can see a large round table with a bunch of chairs and a taller, sort of domed roof with like gemstones. As you walk in, you can see gemstones are lining the like top doorway entrances. They're like reddish in color, about the size of like a banana or something. I don't know, like
Ooh.
8 inches big by like 2 inches, cylindrical looking gemstones.
Ooh, pretty.
Welcome to the vault in Calm's Keep. I'm sure you haven't been here or even heard of this place before, right?
I don't think so.
I would have heard of it, right? Not been.
Sazin, can you make a history check at advantage?
Wait. Oh.
Damn, I did ask question in the chat.
Probably not.
No, okay.
Ah, that's great. I think Season would have not realized at first, going, wait, oh wait, I know where we are now. Fuck. He still hasn't rolled above it. Yeah, rolled above a 10 once.
That's enough. That's enough, I think. You recognize the like roof pattern and the gemstones because it took you a long time of practicing your like footsteps. It's essentially like a laser grid. It's also capable of casting high-powered magic. It's a fully automated security system, essentially.
Yep.
Magic security.
And you have been here before, Sazin. This is the place that you were when you were with the consortium with Cass.
Did they clean up the destruction from 5 years ago well enough, or no?
It looks, yeah. So you're standing in the entranceway. He's opening the secondary gate. He goes through, lets you guys in, and then closes the gate behind him. He's sort of walking towards the center table.
Mysterious.
Do you want to give us your name, by the way?
You can call me the Knight.
Okay. Hello, the knight.
Am I assuming your demeanor will be equivalent to the fool, or?
Oh, that fucking guy. Tell you what, that man is... Something's wrong with that man.
Unhinged?
You could say that. Anyway, and he's at the center table. You can see it's a map. There's a lot of those in this place of the city of opportunity. And then it's like sort of a scale model. Towards the center, you see the city of opportunity, and then around it are like everything surrounding opportunity. It's a map of like a topographical sort of strategy map for the defense of the city, you can tell. I'll allow you guys to like store this in your memory if you make a history check, if you like.
Like,
Sure.
I would usually be able to remember this, but I'm gonna roll and just fail. So give me 1 second.
15?
18.
Oh, really? Now.
Okay, all right, that's good because
Man, that
you
city
might
I know
you might
for-
learn
the
some
city I
stuff.
The
You-
city I've
yeah.
been in for a couple of years. I can't believe I know it well enough now. Amazing.
Well, no, like as you're standing here and talking, this history check is sort of it's a very detailed map. I'll put it that
I
way.
know,
There's
I know.
there's things in here that Sazin couldn't possibly have known by himself, like secret doors and secret tunnels through the city.
Secret tunnels.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, see,
I mean,
as you
yeah,
guys are
just-
walking, you see on pedestals in each of the like barriered off alcoves are just random looking things. You know, there's a protractor in one of them. There's like a floating, constantly moving gyroscope in another. There's just a very ominous looking quill just on a pedestal, just in the middle, heavily guarded. And then there's a couple of miscellaneous, like little rare magic items you guys might recognize. And he's sort of gesturing at a chair at the table for you guys to sit at.
I assume, as always, I assume this chair is normal person size, so Scrape is just
Yeah,
scrambling
yeah, it's
on
like
top.
normal human-sized chair. The knight's only about 6 foot tall, so he's like
Taller than
he's a
Scrape.
fairly normal guy. He goes and he sits down, and you can see that he sets his helmet down. And Sazin, you smell that sulfury smell that you've smelled before. I guess you've smelled it now, and so has Thump, but you probably wouldn't have noticed until you sat down. Every one of these people, if you're magically capable, sort of has an odor to them. Very sterile environment, so it's pretty easy to notice.
And I notice him the knife. Okay, knife is a sulfuric smell.
So he sits down. He says, "Perhaps I was less forthcoming with information than I should have been. Uh, you can call me Damius." And you would recognize, Sazin, that there is a Saint Damius. He didn't say if he was a saint or not, but yeah.
I mean, I probably shouldn't guess that.
Maybe. So yeah, you guys all sit at the table then?
I mean, Scrape.
Yeah.
Given Scrape's stature, you'd probably have to stand on top of the chair, but yeah.
So you're sitting at this table with the map in the center. The room that you're in is about 50 foot across. It's like a circular room with a vaulted ceiling. The aisles are all virtually identical. At the end of one is something that looks like a newly repaired section of the vault. It's the one that you go in straight from the entrance and then you turn left, and at the end of the hallway it looks like the stones were cracked and then repaired. There's also
Wow.
like a pretty large chunk of the floor missing.
What happened there?
Oh, that happened a while ago. Some miscreants tried to break into the fucking vault. Funny enough, that's why I brought you here. Not for that, but... Well, we've had a spur of robberies last few years. Someone broke in 2 weeks ago. Stole something very important to us. Pocket watch.
Pocket watch is that important?
It's a magical artifact. Of course it's important.
Hmm.
Everything in here is pretty important, if you hadn't guessed. Don't get any ideas.
Eh.
So you brought us down here for...
One sec.
What was his sister's name again? Umbrella. Right, Sam?
Huh? Sorry, what?
What was his sister's, Damius' sister's name again? The one who was treating you?
Aerith.
Oh, it's
There we
Eric
go.
Umbrella. Okay.
Did you get my message?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so he's sort of thinking, looking at you guys, how you react to being brought in a place like this. How's everyone handling just being in this place alone with him?
Sazin is completely just straight faced, perfectly reasonable. He's more just curious about why he brought him down here.
Scrape. Scrape is Scrape. Scrape being Scrape.
So he's like, "So I got a short mission for you. Pretty easy, actually. We don't trust our agents to do it because we think we might have a mole. We're looking for the pocket watch that was stolen. We've got a tracker on it. We know where it is, we just need someone to go get it."
And where would that be?
Make a persuasion check, actually.
Okay. Dog.
Okay. Yeah, so you can tell he doesn't want to tell you right away. He kind of holds off for a moment, and he's like, they kind of have to know. We think it ended up somewhere in the lower end. This tracker has a sort of companion. You hold it, and it's sort of like a divining rod, like finding a vein. You hold it, and you just sort of are able to feel where you head, where you're supposed to be.
So why hire us?
You're perfectly capable.
Maybe, but
Given your wish,
Hey.
I thought maybe you'd be willing to help us. It's a pretty important artifact. It's not the kind of thing I'd go and get myself.
all right. Though you could have hired anyone else in the city and done this earlier. You said it was stolen 2 weeks ago. I am surprised that you yourself hasn't walked in for to take it, though I guess you would be a bit too obvious.
You draw the wrong kind of attention in the lower end. You incur the wrath of some people that's best left down there. They don't really like being seen. Catch my drift.
Very much do.
No, I saw you win the tournament, and I just had an idea. You know, maybe you're capable of killing that thing. Maybe you can hold your own in combat should it come to it.
Hmm. Is that
Completely
what
up to
the monk-
completely up to you if you want to take it. I'm sure you have more important business at matter. More important business at hand.
Shouldn't be too much of an issue, but Creep also has a couple of things to do beforehand. Creep not saying
the hell
no,
are
just
you doing?
what do you mean? What am I doing?
What do you have that's that important?
Screep has people to talk to.
I mean, you're
Dude.
free to do whatever you like. I want that back, and I'd give you the tracker. You go get it for us, and you know, might get paid. Might get item or something.
No, like I said, Scrape's fine with retrieving it. Just has to do a couple errands first.
Sure, and you?
Mm, he'd be in more danger if I left it with him. I probably should. Fine, I'll take it.
He stands up. All right, not much scouting to be done. Take this. He holds out an iron rod, 1 foot long, about like an inch in diameter. Now you just hold this, and you just think of the item I'm about to show you a picture of. And he holds a book up that you don't know where he got it from. And he flips the pages. He slides it across the table towards you. You can see one page is blank, one page has a like artist's rendition of a schematic. The paper that it's on it seems quite old. Like you've seen this kind of paper in some of the more historical texts at your Hellesian Institute.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a schematic of how the watch is constructed. And it is sort of just a normal like engineering drawing of what it looks like.
Does it say anything on like this
Yes. Yeah, it has the engraving on it.
The engraving that, well,
It is the E plus V always with you.
got it. Okay.
What's the engraving mean?
The original owners of this item were, well, important people. I think it was maybe a part of a set or something.
They're like lovers or something.
Probably something like that, yeah.
Zazen just starts thinking about the pocket watch.
Yeah, so you feel a pull towards the entrance of the vault as you're
Okay.
holding the iron rod in your hand.
He stops thinking about it, going, "Okay, then that should be pretty easy. I can walk around and at least try to find it."
Should be easy enough. You just gotta. I don't think there's many with that engraving. Maybe just picture the engraving. Probably easiest.
That'll work best.
And Scripsy? He
Yeah.
casually holds
Yeah,
them,
so he Screep grabs the book and he's like,
The book. Hmm. Can you like flip through it or a few pages? Or no. But when he goes to make the motion of just flipping through a few pages, does Knight do anything?
At first he like gives you a bit of a glare, but then he's like, yeah, whatever, I don't care.
Okay, so yeah. I mean, he's just curious more than
Mhm.
anything. So
So you're
flip
looking
a
through
few
the whole
pages.
book? Or just like a few pages?
Well, so he's looking for something in particular. I'll message you what that is. So that's what I'm
Yeah,
looking for.
so you want to go ahead and make an investigation check?
Sure.
Just to see
I'm on.
like how far you get.
We'll see. 17.
So you flip like 3 or 4 pages forward, and it immediately starts going to like other items, and so you think maybe I should flip backwards. And Sazin, you probably see this.
Yeah.
The book's like right in front of you. They flip the paper or they flip the page backwards from the like schematic of the pocket watch, and it's just another pocket watch that looks the same. Only the engraving says, 1 second. Yeah, it says, "My life for you, Verona," with the initials V plus E.
Mm. And this is on a separate page.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm. Why are there 2 pocket watches?
He looks surprised that you had made that like connection after just like looking. I imagine they're part of a set, like I said. Can't find the other one, but we had the one that we got stolen. We had that. Trying to look for the other one. Part of a set, I think.
Don't we know of Verona?
I think we know. I think we know a Verona, but I don't think it's the same Verona.
You know A. Verona in Paradise's Gate, who was the bartender.
Okay, yeah, I'm making sure that we heard his name before. I guess could I roll a history to see if I would know anyone famous named Verona or at least rich?
Uh-huh. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Damn.
Finally getting those rolls up.
Yeah, I should. My parents just keep doing history checks to get these rolls higher.
Yeah. Yeah, you've heard of Verona before. So, it's an old sort of folk tale from like the deep annals of the Halessian Institute you remember reading. I'll tell you more about that in a private message, but the gist is it's sort of a creation myth. It's an old religion that was like stamped out a couple years ago, and by a couple probably like 30 or 40. Essentially there were two. You don't know what the other one was, but you remember one was named Verona, and that there was a. It talked about a dance, how the people involved in the dance could never stop dancing. As soon as they started, it sort of spiraled out of control, and they could not stop.
This doesn't share this.
Yeah, what do you
Probably
do?
not.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the knight's just sitting back, twiddling his thumbs, waiting for you guys to be like done with whatever.
Great. You done with the book?
Um. Hmm. Yeah, scrape's done.
Now you should know. I There were talks that this was stolen by enemies of the state. A couple of factions that have raised in the lower city. They might have backup. They might not. Depends what you find. I just thought you should know.
Appreciate the information. Hmm.
Anyway, you're free to go. I have to stay here for a little while. You'll be alright. There's a guard waiting for you.
Try to go and grab it as soon as possible.
He nods.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, bye.
Yeah,
well,
so he lets you out.
Once Screep and Citizen are out of earshot, so to speak, Screep will say, I think I've heard I've heard of these initials. Or well, at least what the full names are.
I'm sorry, you heard of what?
Screep was asking questions along right around when we first met. Got some information.
Yes, I saw you looking around talking to some people. I mostly ignored it because you didn't want to talk about it.
I didn't want to talk about it. Told you, Screep makes friends and does connections.
So you possibly know the people from this folktale.
Sort of, but not really. And correct me if I'm wrong, DM. Screep did learn that V was Verona and that E was Erisea?
Mhm.
Okay, he did learn that.
The other pocket watch was fucking E plus V. Yeah.
So, and Screep seems deeper in thoughts than you've probably ever seen him.
So, do you want to explain how you know them, or?
Well, Scrape only asked around for for the names, but I think Scrape had a weird dream or vision, something. Uh, hearing Erisiad talk or something when when the first people came to this place. Still trying to make sense of it.
DM, do I know Erisea?
No, not so it's not Erisi, so Erisiad.
Do I know what Erisiad?
Yeah. Yeah, now that you mention it, that story that you had just heard about, the dancing partner was Ersiad. It's one of those things where when someone says it, you're like, oh yeah.
How do you spell Erisiad?
Uh,
I think it was
ERASD.
or no, it was
E
Eris.
R E R E F I O D.
I don't know. Okay, so I did get it right the first time.
Okay. So you know two people from an old folk tale about creation.
Yeah. Script finds as weird as you do.
And you are now looking for them.
Script wouldn't say he's looking for them. He knows. He just knows them, I guess, or at least heard their names.
So what
Or
were you asking those others about then? If it wasn't for the fact that you know people who are from creation.
to be honest, Script doesn't remember a lot from his past. I mean, that's the reason I go. That's the reason I wander off, ask questions.
Sazin
Yeah.
kind of sighs as he lets Creep keep going.
I'm not doing anything sinister. I quite literally have lost memory, or that's what it feels like, anyways.
Pretty common for people in the adventuring and vein hunting profession to lose their memories from time to time, Sazin.
That's not the issue for Sazin. The issue is that apparently, from what his script is saying, he was involved in the creation myth. There are how many of the 44 so you gave a name for it. 44 formless do we know about? So do we know all of them?
So, yes and no. There is somewhere, probably, a book of the 44. You're not exactly sure, you never really sought it out, but maybe you could find answers at the Institute. If they don't have it, then they might know who does.
Do we know of how many of the 44 are still left alive?
No.
If none.
You don't know.
Cool. Scrape, you may not want to bring this up as often, considering it sounds like you were alive when the first of the goddamn original 44, the formless, were here.
Huh?
Which could be why the fuck the Phage wanted to know more about you.
I don't know how that'd be possible.
When was your first memory?
What do you mean first memory?
You know, okay. What was the first year you think you were conscious?
Scream looks like he's counting on his hand, his fingers, talons.
Yeah.
Scrape's if I remember, Scrape's only 7.
7. Shit, either you died often or something else happened.
Mm.
Also, by your records, Creep, you are basically a child.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
By what you just said, Screep, you would also be considered a child, barely above a toddler.
Well, I think by Kobold age standards, I think he's uh technically like young adult. I think by Kobold standards. I mean, hold on. Now I need to search this. The-
Kobolds can
Yeah.
live up to 135 years. They reach
135.
So-
adulthood by 6, though. You are correct.
Okay,
From
so
Okay,
here,
so yeah.
here's
16.
here's a brief like overview of what pretty much everyone would know. Maybe not Screep so much because they're fairly new, but you might have an inkling. So when someone decides that they want to have a child, you basically go through a process. You talk to the lord of wherever you live. So if you lived in Opportunity, you would have to talk to Damakin. And then if you're deemed worthy, you are allowed to have an offspring with one other person, and they take half of both and they combine it into one, sort of dividing. When the baby's born, if they're given juice immediately, they stay a baby until the juice is no longer supplied. And then the general practice is, unless a kid is sick, they should stay off the juice until like adulthood is reached. And they don't typically die like when the normal resets happen if they're like a born child, because they have the blessing of the formless. But then once they reach adulthood or maturity, or whenever the parents decide that they want to keep that age, they just start going on the juice, and basically you just live forever. So yeah, your parents could realistically have had you 7 years ago, because I mean, kobold adulthood probably
That
is
wasn't the
reached.
end, but fair.
Yeah, Kobold's reached adulthood at the age of 6, so he's just 1 year above.
Yeah.
What he would be considered being adult, an adult.
Yes, you say that, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you only were conscious 7 years ago.
But
Shit, you could be like 9 or something. Someone given died a bunch of times. Fucking.
Mm.
Satan's trying to figure this out. Okay, that's great.
That's why Scrape is very confused and has a big headache.
So how the hell do you know? The guy who I need to really read that recap earlier. I wish I could. I can't. I wish I could. Not no. Session 5. When we first were entering the tournament. Because you were having a private conversation with someone. I never got their name, but it's Mavakos?
Yeah,
I
Mako.
see this is a note out of character.
Yeah.
But Sazin would ask then, how do you know people like that guy you spoke to before the tournament?
And Scrape has connections.
Could you be more specific?
What? How specific do you want me to be?
The guy you were with works definitively with the family.
Huh?
I'm not wrong, right? That's what Thump and I gathered when we saw Mavakos.
pretty much, yeah, he was talking
Yeah.
to members of the family as if he was familiar with them.
Cool, yeah. The person you were with was talking to them like they were completely familiar. It's kind of the reason why Thump went after you.
Scrape didn't know this. Scrape just remember meeting Mavakos one day when he woke up.
I'm sorry, his name is Mavakos?
Yeah.
He was the first person you met when you woke up.
I mean, unless you want to count the passerbys of a city, but otherwise, yeah.
Do I know a name for Mavacosa now?
Probably not. No.
Yet. Okay, well, tell Thump this when you next see him. He's his worry.
Now I don't have to wait for him to wake up. Or no, wait, he is awake. Well, yeah, that makes sense, I suppose.
Okay. Where are you going now then? Or do you just want to be by yourself and I'll attempt to handle this watch situation?
Well, if you just wait for Screep, he can come with you.
I don't know how long that waiting is gonna take.
It's only gonna be maybe a couple hours.
Solve the watch thing before then is my main thing. Where are you going?
Going to my house.
You have a fucking house here.
It was given a Scrape, so yeah.
From who?
I don't know.
I mean, is that
This is
a
the equi- this is the
deception
equivalent of
check?
Random.
Does
I mean,
Scrape remember?
it can. Oh no, he definitely does remember. I guess it really, does Sazin think Screep is lying? I mean, he just told him that he really does not remember a lot. So
Yeah, no, he's completely believing. That's why he's like going, "What?
Yeah.
yeah,
How the
like,
fuck do you have a house? You've been alive for 7 years."
So I, as the player, know Screep is lying, but Screep is playing it up. I mean, Screep just told you he lost a bunch of his memories. So
You know, Caesar doesn't believe a word because you just said he was 7. So how did he acquire my equity to buy a house in Opportunity? Don't worry, guys. I have a house. Where? District Heights near DC. How wouldn't you're at 16?
I mean, I get Screep is considered an adult by Kobold standard. It's
You still have
not
to collect
like.
enough gold to get a good place here. Is the main thing, and you feel like you wouldn't
Okay,
get a house.
are you asking Screep what he did to acquire a house?
Yes, because Screep just also said, "I don't know how I have a house." So he doesn't believe him. He would very
Okay.
much know.
Literally, just gotta ask the question. So okay, going back on that, to specify, Screep did some work for some people, and they gave him a house. There's your answer.
They gave you enough gold for a house in Opportunity.
You know, I'm kind of starting to think the house was the payment.
What type of job was it?
The shop out as helped cleaning up shops for a little while.
Yeah, no, he doesn't believe you. The second you said cleaning up shops, he's like, I know those people. None of them own a house. In this economy?
Screep, I will tell you, Screep is actually not lying. At this, he is not lying.
Yeah, but enough money to make a house, no. He probably believes he worked a job that did that, but not enough to make enough money to get a house. You're trying to con a poor orphan about the fact of how much it costs to earn a house. He very much looked up every day.
Not. He's really not. He's just like they're just a poor. He's just a poor fucking old who woke up with no memories. Take some. I mean, you got some pity, okay?
I don't believe you got a fucking house. Take me to it.
Did you get my message on your notes there, Screep?
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Yeah, I checked all my notes and stuff while you guys were talking, and yeah.
Hmm.
I don't understand though one thing, and I'm gonna ask you right now.
Okay. While you type that, they'll answer. Why would Screep invite a random stranger to his house?
That's hilarious. Yeah, why would you invite Sazin to your house? Fuck. He has like some weird glowy eyes and stuff. Who is this guy? You don't even know him. Oh fuck.
It might be away.
I'm right here.
Or
I was waiting for Screep to say that.
oh, no, he did say that.
No, that was only Richard that said that. I was waiting for
No,
Screep to say
Screep,
it.
No, Screep said that.
Screep literally just said, "Why would he invite you to your house to his
A
house?"
stranger to, yeah, why would he invite a stranger to his house? That's what he said.
You've been sleeping in goddamn Verona's bar.
Okay, because you're all here. We have a mission or something.
Why the
You're all
fuck wouldn't you sleep in
brought
your own
here.
house?
We were all brought together. Why would Screep go all the way to his house?
You have your own place to sleep.
And
The
I-
fuck would you sleep in a random person's house?
again, we're all adventuring together. It's not new or weird.
If you own a house in a city you live in, you sleep there. When you're outside of it, then you can go into other fucking places. Do you get a hotel here as well whenever you don't think you need to go to your house?
Uh, hold on. Sorry. One second. I'm trying to look at my. Go to my notes to answer our question.
Yeah, I mean that's not super important yet, so we can hold off if you don't want to answer that right now.
So I don't think I actually specified when he did.
Mhm.
At least not my backstory. So I guess officially I'm just saying it was 7. It was 7 years.
I asked
But
why.
it's subject to change if it needs to change. So.
No, I asked like why, not when. Like, why were you there? It's a little confusing.
Oh yeah.
Because when I started it, you know, that's what
Mhm.
that's what I remember. Let's see what the recaps have to say. Shit. Well, didn't cover that in the recap. All right. What are we doing?
He's taking the rod and just gonna go over to the shop again. He
There you
doesn't
go.
need the rod. He knows where the fuck it is.
Okay, so you're gonna do that. Can Screep go now? I just feel like Screep's under investigation now, or not interrogation.
Because telling the truth is apparently fucking difficult for you.
Screep literally does that thing of like, he's literally just like shrugging his shoulders, raising his hands, like, I'm telling you as much of the truth as I know.
Doesn't know how he got a fuck. It's like literally as he walks, doesn't know how he got a fucking house. Says he has a house, refuses to sleep in it. Is telling me the truth.
What do
You've
Fucking lie.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's weird.
Wait, is it before I say, is it public knowledge that Sazin was an orphan, or
Not really.
no? Okay. I was gonna say something real funny, but if Screep would know that, then I can say it. He was gonna. I'll tell you what the insult would be later, but again, why is it so weird that Scrape wouldn't sleep in his own house when we're all adventuring together?
You live in a fucking city with your house you own. It's just really just annoying. To be fair, you're just a known liar at this point, so I guess Fump is just gonna keep his fist on your back.
If you want to call me a liar, that's on that's
You
that's
stole a
you.
shield and are completely lying about it, so it's whatever.
I'm really not, but okay.
DM, could you add next to Screep's character gaslighting?
Yeah.
Or just pop Screep out of existence.
Surprised? Sata's gonna go back to Cass's shop.
And Screep is gonna. Well, actually, funny enough, it kind of follows the same path, and he's gonna head to his house, which is in what was it called?
Lower
What was
end.
it called? Yeah, the lower end.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So you guys are going
So-
to Screep's house.
No, I'm
No.
going to the fucking Cass's
Yeah,
place.
I mean,
Okay.
probably as they're walking there, Screep will say, My house is in the damn lower end. Why would I go all the way over there?"
Yeah, it is like a good walk. Probably like 2 miles walk from the Streets of Sapphire, which is where you guys were staying at the tavern. So,
So again,
I'm gonna
why would
Nope.
go to the
why
bathroom
would
and stuff quick.
Screep-
So
yeah, go ahead.
keep going.
We'll just keep role playing and doing our thing.
All right, we'll be right back.
Again, Citizen, why would Screep go all the way over to the lower end when we're doing things up above the ground?
Didn't you leave multiple times yesterday to go speak with friends? Not yesterday. The multiple times as we've been here to speak with friends. Or people
Okay,
you're
just-
looking for.
Okay, to speak with
Did
friends.
you go
but
home
they-
to do that?
No.
And you need to go home now to do that because
Okay. Screep just has to pick some stuff up from his house before we move on. Before we move out of the city. And
we're
that
not doing that for a couple more days.
And I may as well get it now.
And
At
you
this-
did it when we first entered because
So as a side thing, at this point, this is probably the most like unraveled you've seen Scrape as far as conversations go. But he says, did we not just get into a damn tournament?
we had at least a day or two before we got into the actual thing. You could have gone down there, grab it, and came back.
It wasn't needed
It's needed now because
because we're going to be heading off in a few days.
so same time frame as before anyways. All right, sure, whatever.
But you want it? Yeah, fine. You want to know what Scrape is going to get? He's getting some damn adventuring equipment he has stored in his house.
And I don't believe you because you've lied before.
Why would I lie about getting equipment?
Why would you lie about taking a shield?
Again, Scrape didn't take a shield.
I think you're just into lying at this point.
I told you when Scrape first came back, he bought the
Going
stupid
on.
shield.
Your ass did not have 100 gold.
So did you guys roll for initiative yet?
So to be clear, Scrape did have like 80 something gold. So it wasn't
Yeah.
100 gold, but he I mean it's
You-
not uncommon to try and bargain for a better price.
Yeah, but you did steal the shield, so it doesn't, it doesn't
Well, no,
really.
out of character, I know out of character. I know
Yeah,
he stole the
no,
shield.
there's
but-
no argument
but
who's gonna make
but
around
he
this.
didn't-
Sazin knows the truth. Scrooge is going, no, I didn't. Like
But-
either an actual child or a psychological liar. Like Sazin is completely calm. The only time he got upset was that Screep is completely going off the house, but at this point he's just like completely calm and normal. He says all of this.
All right, so you guys were walking down the spiraling, like, ravine that is making up the lower end. You pass a set of townhomes that is the upper end.
Yeah.
I forget.
I'm going to the shop, so I have to split off from
Yeah,
Screep
so you-
eventually.
Eventually, Screep like submerges or emerges into a like passage. It's kind of like a carved street in the rock, and it goes through into a small little neighborhood.
Also, one last jab at Sazin as they're walking. Scrape will say, Scrape's starting to think winning is going over your head. It was a mistake to let you win the tournament.
Oh shit! You guys are gonna
Looks
throw
like this-
hands.
I hope you do realize that I'm probably not going to kill you. Thump and Alara are because you keep lying.
Did I not just tell you a bunch of information that you did not know about Scrape before?
You
And
told
will
me
you be-
that you were one of the first people, apparently. And I don't know
That's
if I can trust
something
that.
Scrape. That's something Scrape just recently apparently learned.
Yes, and I
And
still don't
even then,
trust
he
that as
doesn't-
well.
And even then, he doesn't even know if it's true because he learned in a stupid fucking dream.
And once again, if a pathological liar keeps lying, I don't know if I can trust anything they say.
It's because you deemed me as a pathological liar.
You literally keep lying and then hide stuff from us and then go, why don't we trust you?
So you guys like married or something? It's this like lizard-looking guy, almost like Argonian looking, standing behind you as you're walking. And he pipes up. He says, "So you guys like married?"
No, friend, this one wants to discredit Scrape.
He discredits himself. Also, are you just following behind us? Walk around.
There's only so much room. Fuck. Fine.
Push Screep and I step backwards and let him basically go walk past us.
Yeah, so this walkway down the wall of the ravine is like 15 feet wide. He probably could have walked past you, but it might be close to the edge, so most people stick towards the like wall side of the ramp. So you let him pass?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, as he passes, he looks back. He says, "I hope it works out."
I don't know any Aragothian fucking wizards, do I?
You don't know any lizardmen, other than
All right.
Screep.
Alright then.
Yeah, but your tirade down the ramp is being like noticed by passersby, and then Screep goes off to one direction. Goes down the little alleyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you want to describe your house for us again?
Yeah. I mean, it's in the lower end, so it's not going to be very, over the top. It's sort of like a. I guess the equivalent would be like a really rundown studio apartment. So in case, like in character but out of character. In case Sazim's wondering, it's not a very fancy house, even in Opportunity.
No, this is like you could live here for maybe like a silver a week. It's fucking easy to pay for. Put it that way. So what do you do when you get in the safe house?
Yeah. So Screep is just sort of looking around. I guess trying to not feign, but like remembering where he stored his items.
It's up to you. I forget. I just remember you put it in the safe house somewhere.
Yeah.
Also, would you like to make an investigation check when you open the door to see if you notice something?
Sure.
Or perception? Yeah, so this is a pretty dusty place because you don't really clean it much. You're not around often.
Hmm.
So you see, like, there's a table in your house. It's dusted off. It's the only clean surface in the house. The one of the chairs that's at the table is also dusted off.
Hello?
There's no answer.
He's gonna go grab this. He's gonna go grab the thing he was here to grab.
Yeah, it's a small apartment or whatever. You'd be able to tell if someone was in there with you. You'd hear them.
Hmm.
Or would you? Yeah. So you grab something, and then I'm gonna ask you a question before we leave
Okay.
this scene.
Yeah, yeah. There's something else he wants to do, but question first.
Oh, your check's in the question. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the. I'm glad we got those details figured out. I was getting a little upset by
Yeah.
that. Makes me look bad. Makes me look bad. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, nothing happens. It's just, familiar.
He's lying to
Okay.
you.
What? So, Sazin, you make your way back down. Or you
He
said you
he was
had.
gonna swap over.
Hold on, you said you had something.
Yeah.
Else? Sorry.
Yes. But it is a secret thing. So if you wanted
Okay.
to,
Yeah, we can answer in chat.
Yeah. In
So,
chat.
Sazin, you go down the ramp to lower end. His shop is located in, like, the second intersection past the, like, entrance. You didn't really take notice the first time you were here. You were looking for stuff, not really, like, paying attention to your surroundings necessarily. I mean, looking for the building, obviously, but not detailed paying attention. And you just sort of, off in the distance, you notice there's like a little plaque set up in the middle of a courtyard that you didn't really ever notice before. You don't really come down here other than when you spoke to Cass that last time. But if you don't read that, then you just go back to his pawn shop, back to Cass's pawn shop.
What does the thing say?
It's just a plaque.
Yeah, but what does the plaque say?
Oh. So you go to the plaque.
Yes.
All right. 1 second. It's like a newly constructed, like, stone sort of like structure with a iron plaque reading, "This part of the city is under protection of the Republic of Opportunity." Just straight out in the open on a plaque.
Hmm.
You look on the ground around the plaque, you can tell that something else used to be in the place where the plaque is.
Can I investigate that to see what it was originally?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. $15. Okay. Yeah, with a 15, you'd notice that the ground beneath where the old object that used to be here was, it seems like it was filled in with dirt or something that isn't necessarily from this part of the city. It's like a browner sort of earth, whereas the stuff down here is more of like a silt clay makeup. You can tell that it was large, probably about 10 feet in, or no, 20 feet in diameter. So that would be like 20 feet across, I think, right? Circumference is that's radius, right? Radius and diameter. I forget. Math is hard. So it's a circle that
Circumference
is,
the circle.
yeah, it's,
Diameter is the full length. Radius is half the length.
thank you. Yeah, so it's 20 foot across, this like filled in section. You're not really sure exactly what was here. It's not obvious, but it was some sort of monument or like maybe landmark or something. Looks like it was taken down.
Who in there complaining about? What are you complaining about in here?
Right then.
Yeah, so you
He's
just
gonna then go into, well, I guess because he can't figure out anything else
Mhm.
besides the fact there's an old monument here. He's gonna go into Cass's shop.
okay. Yeah, so the bell rings. Or wait, no, it's like midnight. Shit. The door is locked.
I'm gonna bang on his door.
Wait, no, it's not. The door is gone because it got blown up. The shop is lying open. So
Oh,
it's dark.
Okay.
It was blown
Uh,
open by Screep. So it's been like that.
He
I
hasn't
described the
repaired it.
No, he hasn't repaired it yet.
Fuck it. I guess I'll walk in and I'm gonna go up to the bell.
Okay. When you pass the threshold of the door, you hear a very loud bell come from the back room. And then you continue walking in.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so coming out with a like blackjack is Cass. He's like, "Oh, fuck, it's you. Sorry, I thought it was never mind. Why are you here again? That was really quick."
You've been had.
He looks side to side. He's like, "What? What do you mean?
They know you stole the goddamn watch.
Who's they?"
The vault.
Oh shit. How do they know it's me?
They have a literal tracker. I pull out the rod.
Do you like channel it?
He's gonna slightly channel it.
Yeah, you feel the pull to the like your direct left, like behind a wall. And he says, "You've got to be fucking kidding me." And he just goes back and starts packing a bag.
You don't have to run. How important is this goddamn watch?
I mean, if it's fucking if they know where it is right now, pretty important if they know. I mean, I didn't think they'd have a fucking tracker on it. Shit, I should have used wards. Fuck. You know, if you would have helped me with this, I probably would have remembered.
Well, if we did this originally when we first got to find it, this would have been a different problem. But now I have a different issue to ask. Does fucking Republic of Opportunity, do they have a watch as well?
Who's they?
The Republic of Opportunity. I guess he'll ask directly the person. Fucking Narrowfeather. I have a quick question. For the Republic of Opportunity, what fucking religion do they worship?
Some sort of old one. It's
Verona,
originating. What?
You will say the one about the dancing with Verona and Esrado, not Esrado.
Erciot.
Why is it an E instead of a C? Erciod.
He looks at you like completely dumbfounded. And he's like, "The hell are you talking about? I mean, that never heard I've heard of I know of Verona."
Seems to make the most logical sense. All right, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna give me the watch. You're gonna tell him you've been had and the watch got returned so that no one assumed it was opportunity. It was the Republic opportunity, so they're not in danger.
He's gonna
If you keep the
roll a
watch, they're
dice.
gonna keep following you. If
Okay.
you hand it over to the Republic, the rod will make it so that they know it's in their possession.
Hmm. Make a persuasion check. Because I don't think that this guy, because you guys are a little far removed from your time together. You know, he's told you a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'd probably take that. You got to tell me what it is first.
A watch?
Why do they want it? They said
So
that.
it was an important artifact.
Are you sure they should have it?
Doesn't matter whether or not they should. If you take it, you're gonna be tracked. If the fucking counts not, god damn it. If the Republic takes it, then they'll be the ones who are tracked. The only reason they're not coming forward is that they know that there's a bunch of guards. If it's in the Republic's hand, it'll be worse.
He like looks confused for a second, and he looks in the direction of the vault or like the little cage that he has in his shop, and he's like, "Wait a second, I have an idea." And he storms into the back room. Do you follow?
I follow.
Okay. So he immediately starts going to a shelf, like right directly to the right of the cage in the back room. He's going and rifling through a box that he pulls out. And do you do anything while he's doing this? It takes him about a minute.
Wait for him.
Okay. Yeah, so he pulls out a sheet of metal. It looks like it's flowery sort of design, gilded, like a brass and gold color. And he's like, "I thought I'd fucking find a use for this thing. God, I'm so happy I'm a pack rat." And he folds it in such a way. It's like a collapsible box, about 3 inches by 3 inches big. The top of it has a lid that opens and closes, and it has a lock with a key. He says, "Here's my answer." Thank God.
Don't thank him yet.
And he walks over to the pedestal. He's like, you want to try it again?"
He tries it again.
So you go to grab the pocket watch, and before you noticed that the blue dial was turning, now both the blue and the gold dial are turning. Different like speeds. The gold one seems slower. There's still a silver one stuck at midnight.
What is that box?
It's a jammer, blocker. I don't know.
Why the fuck was it in the first place?
Like I said, I didn't know it would be tracked. God, I'm stupid. So you picked it up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what? You want to put this in the box and carry it out and deliver it to the Republic?
I mean, I was just going to put it in the box and keep it here until they said, they'd come get it. Do you want to go ahead and put it in there? I'm scared to touch it now.
I'm going to attempt to touch it again.
Can you make a con save?
Disadvantage again?
Nope.
Okay. What the?
Okay, so it hurts, but you can touch it. You can choose not to touch it, but it hurts.
Use Mage Hand to try to get.
What a
around
smart little spellcaster you are. Yeah, so you grab at the item with Mage Hand. Can I gotta look at the description of Mage Hand to make sure that...
Is the fake bigger than 5 pounds? Because then I won't be able to do it.
No, I'm looking to see if there's like other restrictions on the spell.
Alright, you can't see it. 1 second.
I see it.
No, you can't read the description.
You touch a willing creature who isn't wearing armor, or that's mage armor. Where's Mage Hand? There it is.
To my
Uh,
knowledge, I think you just can't attack with it, or do like various, unless you're Arcane Trickster. I think
Yeah,
you
they can
can't
get
do like
around that
very
stuff.
complicated things with the hand, like
Use the action
fighting
to
or
control
picking
the
a lock.
Yeah.
I think that's actually, I think
Okay.
that's actually quite literally one of the things of Arcane Trickster is that you're able to now pick locks.
Okay.
with
Yes.
it.
Yeah. So the mage hand grabs the device. You put it in the box that Cass is holding.
He's gonna put it in there, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So as soon as he puts it in the box and closes it, the box explodes. Can you make a deck save?
Yeah, sure thing.
That's not. I meant to roll as me, not you. But you passed, so you only take 4. I guess that would be fire damage, right? Yeah. So the box falls to pieces at his feet. He's thrown back, and let's see what he does. No, he's not thrown back. It just blows up, and he takes the same damage that you do. Gold dust is now sprinkled all over the floor, and it's like it feels hot to the touch as you are like prone. The pocket watch is lying on the ground at Cass's feet.
Well, that was a valiant effort.
Damn it. I really thought that would work.
It would have been very nice if it did. Fuck. It probably needs a higher level protection ward on it, which you probably cannot afford, and I do not think anyone has right now.
So you're
Who
just
wants
gonna
to help you?
take it back and fuck. Wasted all that time. You see the vault?
I didn't go in it, but I saw it.
Hmm.
Literally hired me because they believe that I would be a good person to get it back because it's an important artifact.
You've got to be shitting me. Oh my god. They trust you after winning a wish and using it against their enemies.
He shrugs. Made it fucking weirder for me.
Man, it's weird. Anyway, you know what, man? Just take it. I don't want the fucking trouble. It's not worth it. If you care, go talk to Mr. Narrowfeather. See what he has to say. Maybe. If you even care.
Is he? Where is he then? Because I'll speak to him now before I deliver it back. He picks up the fucking watch and puts it in a bag, hoping it doesn't, rip through the goddamn bag.
Yeah, you put it in the bag and it just stays there. So you haven't moved in 6 seconds. Can you make another deck save, please?
Okay.
Sorry, how do you spell Lyra's name again, or how?
ILLARYA,
Does it not show up on the side?
I thought.
Yeah.
What isn't
ILLARYA. It's on the Discord.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool.
It's just Nebulous Matt's character. Fuck. ILLAYRA. Yeah, ILL.
Yeah, it's on the Discord. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So
So
you
14.
grab the pocket watch, you put it in your bag, and then you pass your deck save, so you don't take the damage. Let's see if Cass does. Yeah, he starts like, wait, no, that's not even the fucking right roll. What the hell? No, he's good. So it just dissipates after a couple seconds, and then the gold dust turns to like a dull color. So you grab the pocket watch, and then what are you gonna do?
Puts in a bag and he basically asks Cass, "Where is Drake?"
I think that's a good time to switch over to Screep, right?
Yeah, no, that's correct.
I'm still
Are you
still writing
doing-
some.
Okay,
I'm still writing something out. If you want to keep going, sorry.
so hold off on that. So, he's in a deeper part of the lower end. They have a fucking hole they live in.
Ah. Fuck. All right.
I mean, they're pretty all right people, he says as he starts walking. He grabs his like go bag, puts it on his back, and he grabs a large-looking longsword, and he just straps it to his back.
That's not the issue. The issue is gonna be what are they gonna do when they find out find out about if I'm who I'm technically working for this right now.
Real quick thing. So the reason we went to the tournament was because, the reason we went through the whole tournament thing was because we were
Money?
tasked with, yeah, it's for money to go and explore a vein. Is that right?
So you were given a couple of missions from the Fleshcrafters. Initially,
Yeah.
you were given a mission quest
Mhm.
to venture to the northern area of the Howling Plateau called the Obsidian Peak. Through that
Got it.
area, you gain access to this northern sort of like watchtower area and
Mhm.
a fissure that really no one has access to because the Obsidian Peaks are kind of difficult to traverse. And for whatever reason, no one's really ever expanded there. Or maybe they have, and the buildings have fallen into disrepair, obviously, but no one recently that you know of. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that very much answers my question as it's related to what I'm writing.
Cool. Yeah, so he starts walking, escorting you to Drake. You just go there with him, right, Sazen?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're led to like the end of that cobbled street leading from that like plaque area. At the very end of the street, probably about 500 feet from the like ramp leading upwards, there is a large stone door. It is currently closed. There are 2 guards standing outside, or so you think they're guards. They look like rogues, honestly. You would know well what they look like. Somewhat reminiscent of the people that you were used to working with. They're just wearing like light armor, daggers at their sides. Do you want to do the honors, or I guess I should. I know him. He walks forward. Yeah, we're here to see Drake. And they give him a look, and the other guy notices him, recognizes him, and then he snaps a little. It's like a. Do you know what a Jew harp is? Or a Jew's harp? Like a sort of
No.
circular piece of metal. I know it sounds bad, but it's actually a musical instrument. I'll post a picture of it.
I just looked it up. I've never seen this before ever.
Yeah. So he has it in his mouth and he does something with it. I'll post it in general. Puts it in his mouth. A sort of metallic ringing comes from his mouth and the stone doors start to open. And on the other side, you see a fairly well-lit dirt and rock hallway stretching downwards quite a ways. And Cass looks back at you. He says, "Onward into the breach."
He follows into a terrible place.
It's terrible. What?
You get a joke about the fact of what he's gonna go through.
So you go down, and after about a minute or two of just walking, it comes to a large lake of lava. And you're pretty far underground by this point, you'd think. At the center, you see a mouth, almost like a waterfall of magma going downwards. And stretching all around this circle is sort of a path of this like dark red stone. Off in the left direction, it's like a C. It forms a C, this like walkway. Off in the left direction, there's like a whole shitload of tables. There's a couple of doors leading off from this main pathway. And then off to the right is just nothing. So he starts walking to the left. And eventually he meets someone that he knows. Says, "Hey, we're looking for Cass. We have something to show him." And they let him through. They open one of the doors to the side. You notice, actually, make a perception check, I guess. Yeah, perception check.
Passive isn't enough. All right.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
If you roll lower than if you roll lower than your passive when I ask you to make like
Well, no,
on the
obviously,
fly,
fair,
it doesn't
I had
make
to
sense.
actually look at this to figure it out. So I'm fine with missing stuff.
Yeah. You just notice that it's mostly the same type of people. There's a few that don't look like they belong, but you're not really sure why. Yeah. So you open the door, or he opens the door, and escorts you through, walks a good bit, and you're led into a very nicely appointed room. It's made of this, like, ashen wood. The floors are, like, almost slate in nature. It reminds you of, like, the roads to the Halessian Institute. And then there's braziers along the walls and a large, long table. He walks past the table into a back room where a smaller table is seen, or desk, and the guy goes in before you do, and he brings Cass, and Cass says, "Just wait here for a minute." So you do wait then, or do you insist?
I wait. I'm not in a rush.
Okay. Yeah, so they both go in. The door closes, and you're left in this, like, meeting place. Long table. There's people sat at the table, like, whispering to each other, looking at you accusatorily. And one of them says, "Hey, aren't you that guy from the carnival?"
And
"Good job, man. That was some fighting. How'd you do that? The missile thing, that was awesome." And then the door opens, and the guys, like, start gently ribbing him for, like, being a starstruck guy in, like, a secret underground headquarters. And Cass is like, "Come on." He said fine.
I'm gonna say back, I legit do not know. Truly,
He nods.
giving him an answer.
Yeah. So yeah, you go into this room. There is a large looking person. You're not sure. They're like 7 feet tall, probably like 400 pounds, and they look like they're made of muscle. And they look like they're like a security guard for this dainty looking, almost rat-like in appearance guy. He's very skinny, very small, probably about 5'5", and he's wearing all black leather, like armor. He's got a bunch of little throwing knives strapped to his chest, and he has a monocle on. He's got long blonde hair, and he's just sat at a desk. Large oak-looking desk. Like pursing his fingers, or like, what do you call it? Steepling his fingers on top of the desk, looking at you. Just getting the measure of you. Can you make a charisma save? Just for first impressions.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so he smiles when he sees you. Says, "My guys have been talking about you. You, did pretty good out there, I hear. Please, have a seat."
I got lucky. He sits down.
So, Cass here says that you have something that we would like to have.
Well, first things first. I wanted to ask something curious, because Apparently, from what Cass told me, you've seen a herald.
He grins. He says, "That guy has a mouth on him, doesn't he?" Yeah, I guess I have, yeah. I think.
Well, I'm here to confirm your theory is incorrect, or your theory for the watch is weird, considering it did work for me. Also, it
Work
did
how?
cause pain. He pulls out the watch with the mage hand and shows it's ticking.
He, like, his eyes go very wide. And at first it's like an accusatory look, but then he smiles and he's like, "I think that maybe, just maybe, we're being smiled on. This is a blessing. I hope. Who do you fight for?"
That's a tough question.
Are you
Do you
aligned
ever
with
look
you aligned with any factions in opportunity?
What benefit do I get for saying so?
Just making sure you're not one of them, you know what I mean?
Well, I like to look around his room for a second. Considering this is supposed to be, I guess we'll say religious organization. I don't know what to fucking call it. Could I just look around his room to see if he has anything in it? Any symbols? Any noticeable books? Any
Yeah.
items?
Yeah,
Alright,
he has a mural. I should have mentioned it. When you went in, behind his desk is a large painting. It's a circle of like flame, almost, with a shadowy center. And then on the outside, you see a picture of the Watcher up in the one corner. And then in the opposite corner, you see the, like, ideal sort of, or what do you call it? You see an idolization of a woman holding a long golden spear. She has sort of like a golden set of armor on. Her face is obstructed by a large, like, faceplate helmet. You can see that she has, like, different proportions than you would expect. Her arms are much longer than her human counterparts, and the spear is being thrust into the, like, circular shadow in the center of the picture. Around it are 4 walls, or picturesque walls, ivory in color.
Hmm. Have I seen this woman before?
I would say probably not, but I'm gonna let the dice decide. Since you knew about the creation myth, maybe there was some sort of background information, maybe a picture or something. So go ahead and roll a history check.
Finally, I get him off.
I mean, the way that this picture is, it reminds you of, like, other pictures that have been describing events that took place. It's like
Alright.
it's like a tapestry, kind of.
Then, when he asks a question about who I work with, he's gonna obfuscate and basically just go. He's looking directly at the mural. He's gonna say, "Who's that?"
I think you should answer my question first. I have a very easy question for you to answer, if you're okay with that. Just yes or no.
I'm working with them because saying no to a certain job leads to you not having a great time.
Working with who? I see.
Crafters.
Oh. Oh, why didn't you say so? They're all right. I mean, they just, yeah, all right. Yeah.
I think he's the one person who would probably say they're all right.
So, About them.
Okay. Thing is sensed. Continue.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's a bit.
A lot.
Sorry, it's a bit.
okay, so he looks back at like Cass and then back at you. I don't know if I should tell you this, but well, welcome to the club. That's the Watcher, obviously, up in the corner,
Yeah.
and that is Verona.
Has there been any actual public pavings of Perona? Or no?
No. Yeah, you only heard the name because you made a really hard history check. You don't think that this is a widely renowned religion or even
Yeah.
a cultural story even. It's hard to say.
Who's Verona? Don't think I heard that story that often.
Well, we're having a service tomorrow. You want to come? New members.
Could I bring someone with me?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, bring anyone you like, as long as they're not on the court's radar, if you know what I mean. Don't want any wanted people here during the service, at least.
Don't worry, they're not wanted.
Honestly, your showing up there might actually lend a lot of credibility to our cause.
Well, I was going to show up in a hood in the back to just listen.
You can do that.
You know, considering the whole bucking up in relationships between a couple of different places. Apparently, he kind of like leans back, trying to insinuate, trying to get some sympathy out of a mistake. Probably what he doesn't say consider it a mistake, but about everything happening around it being not great.
Hmm.
I'm here to tell you that this, he waves the actual watch around, is being monitored and tracked.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was reading the message. I'm really sorry.
He waves around the actual watch. This is being monitored and tracked.
You know, I'm not surprised. They're very not trusting up there.
To be fair, robbing someone usually leads to them having to put trackers.
Yeah,
If we were rich enough, we all would have done it.
ain't that the truth? Anyway, what makes you so interested in Verona? I guess that question kind of
Besides
answers
the
them.
giant mural behind you, that's a bit. Let's not say intimidating. We'll go with not say grandiose. We'll go with. Let's go with a bit inspiring.
He smiles. You know, I think I like you.
I do my best to make it so.
So, why'd you come here?
Well, I offered Cass a choice here. Either I take the watch back to them so that it gets off of your back, he keeps it, but he gets tracked, or I give it to you and you get tracked down. The reason they haven't come for this is because they assumed it's really well guarded, leading to a fight, leading to issues. So they wanted someone better at, infiltration, espionage, maybe someone with a bit of well-knownness to get it back. They hired me and someone else to do it. Now, I could leave it with you. The main issue becomes then that the vault knows about you. Then it leads to the family, the Phage, and everyone higher up wanting to get this back. Because it's apparently important. And there's apparently another version of it. Could you believe it?
He, like, double takes. He's grinning and nodding the whole time, but when you say another version, he says, "Really?"
There we go. He says it in his head. There's apparently another one of these watches with a different engraving on it. Though I didn't see it in the vault. I wonder what that one is.
How do you know about it?
They showed the schematics of it to make it easier for us to track. Not knowing, of course, that I've seen this very well beforehand. The other associate of mine flipped through some pages. Saw another one. I would almost consider it the same if it wasn't for slight differences. For example, another engraving on it.
Do you know what the engraving said?
I'm trying to think. My life for Verona? V plus E?
He nods. Yeah, that lines up, I guess. Didn't know there were two. Well, do you know where it is?
Fuck. Damn it, he was hoping they had it. God, I wish. It probably would have been that same vault as well. Though, if I am correct about this, I know who V is. Considering your mural, I can take a wild guess.
Yeah,
Any
you're
idea who E would be?
some sort of historian over here, this guy. Anyway, yeah, we know. Yeah, that guy, he points to the Watcher. He had another name when he was a human. Ersiad.
How do you spell that?
It's the same Ersiad that you know of before. So ERSIOD, right?
Oh, okay, it is. Okay. He said a different name from before, so I thought it was a different name it was going to turn into Ersiod. So making sure.
So he said when the Watcher was a human,
Yeah.
he was called Ersiad.
I think I do a double take. You. How in the world do you know that?
Well, we've made discoveries over the years. We weren't always so grandiose, as you say. Found a couple of books. Basement of the Halessian Institute. One of our founding members is a dean there. One of them.
How many deans do I know? Or are at the institute?
There's probably like one or two. You're not entirely certain. You know of the one. Maybe the dean is the wrong word for this. It's like department head.
Professor?
Department head. Yeah. So he probably would have said, yeah, he's one of the department heads at the Halessian Institute. I shouldn't tell you his name yet.
Well, no, keep your secret. That's perfectly reasonable. Had no idea they would have books like that down there.
Yeah, we
Well, I'm
didn't
surprised you
didn't
can
either.
translate them.
It's easier if you have context like ours.
Well, if I ever find this second watch, I'd be interested in looking at it. For now, Verona. So then, I now have a better question. Why the hell aren't these names known? You're looking to spread 'em,
Sometimes
but it's been 100 years.
sometimes a secret's best left secret if you don't have a full understanding of them. I don't really know much about them. I just know that, well, it doesn't make sense that we're all here for nothing. You know, what happened? You know, the 44, where'd they come from? You know what I mean?
Everyone just accepts that as a thing that happened. Doesn't really affect us now, does it?
Well, you know where you're from. What's it made you into? Think that more people should ask that question. I think a lot of our followers think that too.
Now, that is interesting. Anyone else have a reaction to this watch yet?
So far, no, I didn't even know that it would be a person that would activate it.
You thought only a herald would.
Or something. I know I haven't been able to make heads or tails of it, but I don't know, maybe someone and he was gonna say something, but he decides not to.
Yet I want to pry into it more because I know how to without being rude. Maybe someone. That's what he says. He says maybe someone trying to get him
Right.
to finish his sentence.
You can make a persuasion check.
Yeah.
Maybe someone more trustworthy. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I
Totally fair.
respectably, I don't know you from Adam.
Right, and I only know you because I know your father somewhat decently.
His eyebrows raise. You, how do you know him? I mean, other than, would you buy something from him or something?
Of course, a couple of times. I have a quick question. How old does Drake look?
I mean, like 20, 30,
All right.
younger.
The fact that I've never seen him before is what makes this curious.
But I do hazard that age doesn't work the same way.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I just want to get a visual cue of what he would
Right.
look like.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen him at the shop before. That's
there
why
is
I'm
a
curious.
there is a resemblance between him and his
Yeah.
father.
I was more just curious because I haven't seen you at the shop before. Unless I missed you entirely.
You go there often?
Not incredibly often. But he has good shit.
Yeah,
I want to get good shit.
yeah, he does. He knows how to make a good deal. He's a good businessman. Anyway, yeah, we don't talk. Not really.
He leans back on the chair. So he doesn't know about any of this. Makes sense.
No, I think it's best he doesn't hear. The consortium has ears everywhere. You know what I mean?
Very true. So back to the watch. Are you sure you want to keep this? It would lead to a hazard and it would lead to them having more eyes on you. Even if they don't hire the consortium, there could be others.
So you're gonna take it back to the vault then?
For safety measures? No. If for some reason you or Cass have a way of making it easier to get it back out again, if you need it for something specific, that would be good.
You know, I think there's something you ought to see. And maybe we can get some help from him. Perhaps. Come with me. He stands up. Pretty short compared to you, but he feels dangerous to be around. Just-
Very much can tell.
Yeah. So I'm gonna answer Scroop's question first. So just
Okay.
just a minute.
You guys want to go to secret DM chat to talk about this while I just stay here? So that you don't have to keep typing back and forth, you guys can talk.
I mean, what I wrote was quite literally something that had to be typed, or well, because it's
Yeah,
being
it's
written,
yeah.
so to speak. So
Okay.
it's not a spoken thing like this fucking stays in things. Group was not going to speak to friends. He was literally going to his house. His rundown house.
So he lied.
What did he lie about?
He just said he was going to speak to his friends, but no, I just wanted to go to my rundown house to grab a gear.
No. I said the opposite. That's what I was jabbing at Say's
No,
about.
Stacey agreed that you were going to speak to
after-
friends at your house. He was asking, he just wanted to know if you had a house.
Maybe I'm just out of it, but no, I swear that Say's took a jab at Scrape for supposedly visiting friends.
No, he was fine with that. He just wanted to be like, you had a house. He didn't care about the friends part. He knew you had friends. He's seen you talk to a friend, quotation marks.
Well, is it
The
so
issue wasn't the
unbelievable?
friends.
Is it so unbelievable now that you now, well, I guess out of character, know that Scrape's house is literally in the
Out of
rundown
character,
middle?
yes, but nothing in
of
character has
nowhere.
shown that.
No, I know.
Yeah.
It's literally like, as the DM explained, it's literally the house is literally like you could pay a silver piece for.
I can't wait for fucking Drake to take me where they're going. 'Cause this is a friend of ours who could help us with this. Just randomly. Fuck. But yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna shut up so you guys can do your thing.
Okay. No, I think I understand.
Yeah.
I'll type it because it's easy enough. I don't know. It's up to you. We can chit chat in the other channel quick. Actually.
Yeah, real quick, if you need more explanation on anything.
No, it's just a conversation we're gonna have. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Okay.
Uh,
as I figured.
yeah. Are you talking about the pocket watch that you have, or that Sazen has,
The pocket. Well, okay, so
or Sazen is going to get, rather?
he's talking about both. So he's talking about the pocket watch that he has that he's willing to give up, and then he also gave them some information on there being another pocket watch. And if they want more information, I mean, he said all you can said it here without being suspicious. But if they do want information on that other pocket watch,
Mhm.
from what he's learned, then he's willing to meet in person and speak about it.
Okay, just you.
Yes. He's essentially offering both the pocket watch and potentially useful information as a trade.
Okay. All right. So the spell that I gave you, it doesn't necessarily mark a, if you can get a return message through that.
No, and that's why he said, hopefully
Yeah,
he'll be
hear back
sure.
soon.
Hear back soon.
Yeah. I think that having a name like that would make sense. Yeah.
Okay. And for reference, the green talent is because he's a kobold, but he also is able to cast Green Flame Blade, so that's where the name comes from.
Okay. Yeah, I think that covers it.
Okay.
That'll probably happen next session. I think we'll have maybe one more scene and then call it. Maybe. I don't know. It's up to you. We can do that scene this session if you like.
I would like to. I mean, because I thought I was gonna have to leave early, but I guess not. So.
Okay. Yeah, let's do partial Sazen scene, partial Scrape scene. That way it's not
Okay.
like it's a little weighed out.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
That
So
was fast. I was
Sazen.
gonna use the banner real quick. I guess I'm not going to.
It wasn't gonna be a whole conversation. Just something.
Yeah, there's gonna be another private scene. It's just questions before.
Mm-hmm.
He went to the bathroom, right?
No, I'm here.
Oh, I thought you went
I
to the
was
bathroom.
going to, but you guys seem really
We
quick.
want to take a bathroom break.
No, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we'll do the thing. Okay. So, what happens next is the guy who you haven't really got the name of, or no, Drake is his name. Whoops. Drake is standing and motions to go out of the door that you came into.
He keeps following him.
Okay. So he goes first, following the guard. And he turns right out of the door and goes towards the empty section of the walkway. And as he's like traveling, if you wanted to ask anything, feel free or not.
How long would it try? I guess I don't know how long it would be actually. So he's just gonna go. Have you started protecting people down the I keep trying to call it the Undercity. It's the lower.
Lower end.
Yes, the lower end, not the Undercity. I keep just calling it that. Did you start offering protection for the lower end?
Yeah. I mean, kinda. The whole place is kinda under our control, protection, sort of thing. To answer your question, yes.
I only asked 'cause I saw the sign. I
Yeah.
think a guard would have noticed and talked to the actual, owners about who the fuck these people are.
Yeah. A while ago, the court came down here, and well, let's just say they toppled some statues and they burned some houses down, and that drove us underground. Literally. We found this place, and well, I'm about to show you why it's so important. And he takes out of his pocket a sort of bell, and he chimes the bell with like a tiny little piece of metal inside of it. And all of a sudden, the part of the lava lake that is like next to this walkway clears out, like opening a space, and a staircase rises to that centered, like, abyssal sort of fountain that is going downwards into the gorge. And you see a ginormous cavern underneath of the lava lake as it's pooling down in like a circle, making a column of magma going down into a deeper portion. And he starts walking down the stairs.
I follow. Isn't it hot walking down here, or is it like the Incredibles lava where there's no heat?
It's fairly warm, yes, but it
Okay.
seems less warm than it should be. Yeah, so he's making his way down, and Cass is like, "Holy shit, you have a lot of secrets, don't you?" And he's just like, "Yeah, I mean, that happens when you're prosecuted for stepping out into the light."
You built this, or was it here before you got here?
It was like this when we found it. That little office in there had a couple of things. We had to pry the doors open at first. And you guys are still walking down a pretty big staircase, and you're near the bottom. You see a clearing, sort of end of a cave, and then on the opposite side, where the staircase is this giant lake, and a walkway is headed, a very narrow walkway is headed towards an island in the center.
Are we still surrounded by lava, or has it changed to just
Y-
dry land?
It's dry land with the lava lake like right in the center of this big room, hundreds and hundreds of feet wide.
It is enormous.
Yeah, I feel like they might have used this for power or something. I don't know. The statue that they came down and took out, I think they like channeled the energy from this place. Not quite sure. Anyway, we're about to talk to someone that you might not want to make angry. So, just eggshells. Very careful. And Cass is like, I can tell this isn't gonna be the normal kind of day, is it?
Well, your box exploded earlier, so that should have indicated such.
Your box exploded. Get it? Never mind.
I like how me and Jiggle like turn around and look at him as we're walking.
So, the bridge is enough to walk across like one man wide. About 4 feet. Lava on either side.
Hmm. That's
Yeah. Yeah, so you walk through the walkway with Mr. Narrowfeather.
Is Cass not joining, or is he gonna be behind us?
Cass is pretty freaked out. He seems to be staying behind.
Fully reasonable. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk about 5 feet behind Noah Feather.
Yeah, so it's just you and him at this point. And he's slowly walking to the center. And once you get, within 50 feet or so, you can tell this island is home to something. There is a large thing that looked like a rock at one point, but it is, as you can see when you're closer, it's dully glowing. And it looks like it's getting brighter and then dimmer, almost like it's breathing. It's like a heap of rock and magma.
I can tell its shape, can I? Okay.
You can make a perception check to see what you see.
God damn it.
Yeah, there's like a vague outline of a figure. It's not clear. It's kind of hard to see.
Together.
Yeah, it's all clumped, sort of making a mountain on one side of the island, furthest from the bridge. And you guys make it to the center platform when he turns back and says, "All right, so this is a man named Kaum. He is an elemental, we think. It's the only thing we can come up with, I'm not really sure. But whatever happened, he seems weak, but we give him sacrifices every now and then. Juice, mostly. Seems to have some sort of sickness, curse, I'm not really sure, but anyway, here we go. He holds his arms out in front of him, sort of like ritually stanced. He says, "O great Kaum, we come seeking your aid. We protect you from your enemies in your time of need. Please grant us a boon." And he's gonna roll something.
Kalm is Kalm, right?
Uh-oh. Yeah. Kaom, sorry. Or, no, K-O... No, Kaom. Yes.
Okay.
And he looks around, expecting something to happen. And then you see the, like, in and out, like, fading of the color of the magma of the creature start to glow in a brighter way, sort of waking up. It starts to come to life. It starts moving. You see an arm break free from its place, almost like it was molded there. And then you see a second arm push itself up. And you see ahead of you what you estimate to be a 50-foot tall man made of magma with a crown of obsidian. He's sitting like cross-legged.
He will look up, slightly impressed. Wow.
Yeah.
DM, how known or unknown are elementals?
They're fairly known. It's like they used to be way more popular. Their energy, their magical presence comes from the belief in them. So at one point, there was an elemental that was responsible for the Lake of Serene, or for the trees in the Stygian forest, or maybe the juice flowing under opportunity. It's sort of, as much as you believe in it, the more powerful they get. And he seems to be like dormant, almost like conserving energy.
then he's gonna wait for, I guess, the elemental to speak.
Yeah, that's the consensus with both of you.
Mm-hmm.
He's sort of hesitantly waiting, and you see him narrow his eyes towards you, like go pan his giant head downwards, looking at you, and his jaw cracks open, dropping pieces of rock to the ground, clattering in like dust and stone. You see magma deep within, the darkest color, the hottest. What do you want? And I think that's where we'll switch over to Screep. And we'll go to Secret DM chat for a moment. Sound good? Okay. Hello.
Secrets. Hello.
Yeah, so you head out of the lower end then? Or do you stay in your home? What do you do?
I'll say so after he sends that note, he will he'll head out of lower end.
Okay. Can you roll a d8 for me?
Yeah. Oh wait, oops. Hold on. Close that out.
Okay. Yeah, so you make it out of the lower end. You're back on the main streets.
Okay.
Where do you go?
I hmm. I think he's gonna head over to the clubhouse, like the family's clubhouse,
Mhm.
and just kind of hang out around there. And if he does get the thing, the letter he sent, then it'd probably be easier to have someone talk to him there. Is what he would think. So yeah, that's where he's going to.
Mhm. You just sort of hang there for a while?
Yeah, he just sort of hangs there for a while.
Okay.
I mean, he doesn't know where Citizen went off to, so.
Yeah. Yeah, so after waiting for a little while, you enter the palatial estate at the center of the guild square.
Mhm.
And
Also, real quick, sorry. So did the item drop scroll get entirely consumed?
no, the scroll stayed.
Okay, so I can use it again. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so you go into this sort of Baroque looking like garden, and then it heads into a bi-level house, like a 2-story, pretty large house at the center. The biggest thing to note about this place is that there's a big hedge wall around the entire place. There's one main entrance, and the house itself is in the center of this, making it
Mhm.
pretty well defended. You make your way in and you greet the custodian of the place, and you just hang out.
Yeah, he just kind of hangs out.
Okay. Yeah, after you take a seat, the custodian sort of goes away for a minute, and probably an hour later comes back, and he looks at you. He says, "Heard you sent a message.
I did.
Do you want to meet him now or tomorrow?"
I think now would be more preferable.
He nods. "Okay, come with me. He told me where you can meet him."
Miss Creeper would get up from wherever his place was and follow.
Yeah, so you guys make your way over to the Street of Silk, to a bar that you've been pointed at before. It would be Alira's bar.
Mm-hmm. His safe house.
Mhm.
The was it the golden flagon?
Sinner's Rest
Oh,
is
that's
the
what.
name.
That,
Yeah.
Was it? Okay, because I asked Matt what the name of the bar was, and he said it was Golden Flagon.
I've had Sinner's Rest. Oh, hold on a second.
I'm getting
For running down the trail.
am I getting conflicting
Why did
messages?
I asked her I asked them, and I think they gave me a different answer, but if that's what it is, then that's what it is. It's the same place, just a different name.
Yeah, we'll figure out what the actual name of the place is when they
Right.
uh,
Yeah,
get
so
to Sentinel Pass.
the place has changed a bit since you last saw it. The windows have like iron bars on them, and the door is now much more reinforced. He knocks in a rhythmic pattern. You can make note of it if you wish to get in, and the door opens. On the other side, you hear music, and you hear people laughing. And you walk in, and you see that Leto is sat amongst a few different types of people. You know, women, men, mostly, of course, but there's some tieflings.
Yeah.
Tieflings and humans and halflings, all of that. And he's sat drinking, and he has in his hand your letter. And he looks at the door as it opens. And he goes, "Hey, good to see you. Come have a seat. Get a drink."
Good to see you as well. Wish it was under better circumstances.
Now, here you said that you have a pocket watch.
Yeah, so that was the pocket watch that he stole. The one that says for my was it? I have it here. Where'd I put it?
The one that is in your possession.
Yeah, the one that says "My life for you, Verona."
Yeah. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, what?
That's what he said. Do you know anything about that? A pocket watch?
Hmm. Well, and so sorry, is he referring to the pocket watch that he's holding?
He's not holding a pocket watch.
No,
Did you send it to him?
No, he didn't know. So
I didn't think so.
So he said that he would rather give the pocket watch in person if deal was ended up being made.
Right.
And so he took the pocket watch with him from the safe, but just sent over the letter.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, so he says, "Yeah, do you know anything about that thing?"
Well, I know. I know what I know what the names are, and or what the names mean, and that they are seemingly part of some myth, creation myth story.
Okay. And you want to trade that for this bar?
Potentially, yes, or at the very least, make the person I am accompanying think that he has ownership of it again.
That's no way to do business. I mean, then she'd just be angry if we ever took it back, and we'd have this whole problem all over again.
I suppose that is true, and Screep will also take a drink.
Yeah. So he rereads the letter. Says, "So you think they'd really back down from one of those kinds of missions if you gave them what they wanted?"
I think so, or at the very least, I can definitely convince them of it, because technically, our whole goal wasn't to even take on this contract. It was to head to the Howling Plateau, the Obsidian Peak.
He nods.
Find the vein beyond it.
And so if that's taken care of, what about the other one? Do you know where it is?
I know that another ally of mine was going to retrieve it. And so I don't actually metagame. Was Screep able? What did
Screep knew that Sazin was headed with the divining rod down to where they thought they knew it was.
Okay. Did he ever say? Did he ever say the actual?
I don't think so.
No. Okay. So with that, I don't know its exact location, but judging by our splitting up, I think he does.
Okay. So we don't have any ill will. I think what we should do, set up a meeting with the person who used to own this and maybe hash things out. I think straightforward's better than espionage right now. I can't handle another spinning plate.
I think that ad would be fine. I just would rather have my involvement with the family not be known.
All right.
If I am indeed to continue other potential missions.
So here's what we can do. You give me the pocket watch, set up a meeting with the owner, and I'll reach out to her. Without your knowledge, without your involvement, I'll just gift her the bar back for no reason. Make sure she's not going to kill the family or any of us. And if she doesn't take it, we'll keep the watch. Does that sound okay?
I think that sounds like a fine deal. And our sponsorship to the Obsidian Peak, if we could have assistance with that. As I said, their main reason for taking the contract in the first place was money to get there.
So you want seed money get there? Or do you want us to sponsor your expedition to where you're headed? Like, in name, and you turn in any information back to us?
I think that would be fair, yes.
Okay. Don't know how that's going to go with your contact. Wasn't it the flesh crafters who hired you?
It was, but they don't need to know.
See, I'm heading this thing. Head of R&D, as you might know. The thing that's there is going to come with no lack of strings attached. It's an important place. It's going to require some level of ownership. So if you give us information that allows us to secure it before they do, I think it's possible that, given the promise, yeah, we can send you along with a little bit of backing. And then once you get information, give you a little bit more. And then if we successfully establish a base there, make it defensible, we'll give you a lot more. Sound good?
That sounds perfect.
Excellent. All right. So hand over the pocket watch, and we will reach out to Alara in time.
This is just me as the player thinking about it, but I assume he's done enough dealings with the family to know that they would generally keep word on their promises, right?
Yeah, you've
Especially-
been, they gifted you the pocket watch in the first place.
Okay.
You're unsure
yeah.
as to why and why they're willing to get it back now. But yeah, they've been honoring their contracts, their word.
Okay, so yeah, he'll he'll hand over the pocket watch.
So you go to give it to him, take it out of your bag. Is it in a? How do you have it stored?
He has so I imagine that when it was given or that when he stole it, he had it in like a little cloth, just to keep it in pristine condition.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. So just like give him that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, he grabs that and then he goes to remove it from the cloth bag and he's gonna roll something.
No, Joey. Why am I getting this because, well, out of character, because Screep is who he is, he'd be immune to whatever goes on with it.
Yeah, so he reaches his hand in the bag and you can see him recoil in pain as he touches it. Says that is the genuine article. All right. Just had to make sure. So just so you know, all sales are final here. If we agree on this, you're not getting it back without a fight.
That is something I perfectly understand.
All right. He gestures to the
No.
bartender. Says, "Hey, can you make a contract quick? I'll give you the details quick. Hold on." And he gets up. He leaves the pocket watch in the bag on the table as he goes to talk with the bartender.
Mm-hmm.
And then he comes back. Sits down. And then after a little while, or go ahead, sorry.
So as he's, writing out the contract, getting it ready for it to be signed or whatnot, Screep will ask, why did you recoil after touching it?
Oh,
Or like it happened.
I don't know what causes it, but for some reason when I touch that thing every now and then it just causes a lot of pain. And, I knew to expect it, so. But anyone who doesn't, I don't know what it's for, really. I think it has something to do with where you're headed.
Huh. That's odd because when Screep had grabbed it earlier before putting it in the bag, nothing happened. And it's been that way since I've had it.
He looks at the bag. He's like, "Do you want to try that again?"
Sure. I mean, maybe it was just a one-off stance, but yeah. And he'll pick up the pocket watch.
Yeah, so it's closed currently. So it's, yeah, you take it out of the bag. You open it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he looks at it very intently. And you notice the red and silver that it is made of. It's embroidered or in gilded red on a silver background. When you open it, the engravings are there, and there are 3 hands. 2 of them are moving. One is stuck at midnight. He says, "Oh, I've never seen those move before. Can you put that down for a moment?"
Yeah, sure. And he puts it down.
Yeah, so as you leave it across the table, as your arm leaves its proximity, there's a red dial. It slows and stops as you set it down.
Huh.
He squints at you and says, "Well, that's very strange."
I'm finding this as strange as you are.
Anyway, here's the contract. And so the bartender's there. He has a piece of paper, quill in hand. Leto signs the contract. He hands the quill to you. The contract
Sweet.
sort of says, if you care to read it. Do you read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the contract sort of says, of their own volition, on this day, Screep, or not Screep, but agent name, Green Talon,
Yeah.
gave pocket watch of the description to Leto of the family. And there's fine print, of course, where it's like explaining that all sales final, no returns, sort of thing.
hmm And I assume I assume it says, do you know the specifics of why he's giving it?
No,
The repossession of.
no, that's not on the contract. Do you say something?
He does. Is there is not that I'm questioning the family overall, but is there specific reasons to why the deal that I trying to think of words that the deal of that we discussed isn't a part of the contract.
I mean, I was kind of trying to leave you out of it in case, or that whole thing. But yeah, I can change that. Sure. And he writes
Yeah.
at like the back of the paper the details of the bar transfer to Alera, barring her cessation of like violent attempts. In like
Mhm.
legal jargon, no assassinati.
Yeah.
So yeah, barring violence against the family, Alera will get the bar back.
Okay.
He adds that. He adds that. Flips it back over. He adds that. Pushes it to you. Gives you the quill.
I assume it's also stuff with the Obsidian Peak, but yeah.
He did not put that in the contract, no. But you'd think that would be something that wouldn't really need to be spoken about.
Okay. Yeah. So he'll sign it, and hand it back over.
Okay. Yeah, he takes it. He waves to one of the people standing nearby. Says, "Hey, can you get?" And he like whispers. "Thanks. Yeah, take this to the back room. Lock it in the safe." And he hands the cloth satchel to him and the agreement. And then he produces 200 irons and hands them to you.
Okay.
For your trip. Good luck.
I appreciate this. Hopefully our trip will yield something useful.
Let me think about that. So, I gave you a spell, right? You used it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Since you're headed out of the city, maybe it'd be a good idea for me to upgrade you a little. Be right back. He disappears for a little while, comes back. He has a signet ring, emerald and silver.
Okay.
He gives it to you. Says, "All right, so once a day, just anywhere you're at, a container, point at that, use your ring as the focus, and now we should be able to transfer contents between each other. I don't like using direct lines of communication for obvious reasons, but dead drops and changing spells are fair, I think."
Understood.
Now, your party, the people that you're with,
Mhm.
they don't know about your involvement.
No. Though they're trying to connect me to some things. Like, well, Stole a shield to help in the tournament a while back, but that's the main thing. One of them is trying to get me for, but otherwise, I don't believe they know they don't even know my involvement with family. Of course, I just say that Scrape has friends everywhere.
You're a very smart man. I don't think I'd be able to keep that much of a secret. Just so you know, there's a place for people like you with us. I think that this may be a good next step for your promotion. Let's see how it goes, but I have good intentions and good hopes that you'll exceed our expectations. Now, I think you're ready to leave, right?
That'd be correct. She probably has to get back before raising too much suspicion.
Very well. You know how to reach us. Good luck.
He nods and he'll take one last drink and head out.
Yeah, as you're drinking, he says. And don't be a stranger. You can stop by any time. You know the code now. Feel free to bring your party if you want.
I'll keep that in mind.
And then you head out.
All right. We coming.
Hey, how's it
Hello.
going? He's gone.
Damn. We just missed him.
I'm right here.
Oh, hello. Okay.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. I need a dinner.
Yeah, we're probably half hour yet, and then we're done. So we got that figured out.
Mm-hmm.
Now we are back with Sazin. Sazin, you were standing in front of a what?
I'm kind of downstairs right now. So I can't do much talking, but go ahead.
Okay. How long do you think you'll be until you're back?
5 minutes. I need to bring my food upstairs and logically explain it, but
Okay. Let me go to the bathroom as well, then, so we have a little bit of time.
okay.
Be right back.
Things. You know, I just kind of realized that we never agreed where we'd meet back up.
He's probably gonna go back to the castle or to the restoration because that's where those two are.
Okay.
I need a container for this rice.
That's some very interesting things.
Well, I'm glad I get to know about them way after the fact.
Oh, don't worry. It benefits the whole party. Like Scrape said, he got friends. The nature of those friends, it doesn't need to be known as long as it benefits us.
Somewhat should be known in case they ask for something extra or require you to do something like with Thumb's thing, which, wasn't great. Jason felt very happy killing 2 innocent people. Maybe money.
Oh, you'll find out when they meet back up.
Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs.
We just be talking out of
Is Sazin back yet?
No, he's been here.
Okay, so are you still good to roleplay, or you know?
No, well,
Okay. We can do a brief scene here for a moment. This is someone that isn't here, so it's going to be a short one. But it's going to give a bit of a hint as to what is going to happen at the beginning of next session. So, we flash back to the Resurrection Chamber. We see and hear the events leading up to the arrival of the knight and the page with their guard. You hear Sazin, his voice die down as they arrive. The page walks over to Thump and says, I have a simple question for you, Thump. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I wouldn't find out? You too, Alera. We have questions for you.
Mm.
Questions that are hard to answer. But we will get answers. Come with me, please. And they're escorted down the staircase. Sazin would recognize the place that they are being taken to, if they were there. A locked great door, almost an interrogation chamber. You sat here once Sazin sat there in this room when they were talking about their wish with the fool. The table has been removed, and in its place 2 stockades have been formed. One for a smaller being, and one for a larger one. The page escorts them into the room. A guard stands at the door ready, and they both are now in the center of the room. The page is just standing there. Do you think it's funny to cause so many problems for us? Do you think it is wise for someone in your position, landless, titleless, to try to interact with one of us in this way? I don't think it's very smart at all. You caused a breach of contract between 2 formless lords, Alera. Did you know that it's a crime to create life without the direct written approval of your formless lord? Well, it is. And that's where we'll cut to black. And that's where we'll pick up at the beginning of next session for them, but we got one more scene to take care of for Sazin.
Oh, okay.
Shouldn't she have known that when she first saw Thump and Alera?
They put it together, but they didn't know until after the oubliette sequence.
The oubliette sequence?
Yeah, with Thump.
Oh, right, that, yeah.
And the page had time constraints.
Well, go ahead. I can somewhat do it now. She can better be saying one when I do this. Go ahead. Let's continue.
Yeah, so you're standing there on the island in front of a magma lake, in front of a giant elemental, you think. He is just steaming with every breath, sort of coming to life slowly. One second. Where the fuck? Oh no. There it is. Yeah. So Drake turns to you and asks, have you ever heard of this in your books?
Elemental? Yes. But haven't heard of one underneath the city.
Do you know anything about them? Those elementals?
From what I gathered, I know that they're normally the ones who used to guide certain stuff, guard over the lake, monitor some things underneath the city. I don't know if I'm getting that right.
It was more of like a vague animistic religion, if you know what that means. So in animism, the people believe that the more you believe in something, the stronger it gets. And so if, you have a mountain that you live nearby, and you believe and pray to the god of the mountain gets stronger. And eventually, if you pray enough, they become a whole-ass, living, breathing, sentient creature. And that is how elementals are made.
Okay.
So you relay that to Drake. He didn't know that, necessarily, based on the reaction.
I guess my schoolyard studying did something.
Yeah, we don't really have what you would call a research department. kind of small potatoes down here.
Has the elemental looked or said anything yet? I'm assuming it's just standing over. It
It's
said,
it's just sitting there, menacingly.
I
You're
do
s-
not know the protocol for this, so should I approach and speak or wait?
I think that it's up to you, honestly. We really haven't had much luck. Thought it might be worth a risk bringing you down here, seeing as who you are, what you have.
Did they not speak to you before?
Only once, when we found this place.
There was an unfortunate issue is that I wish I knew the language it normally speaks. Sazin will walk up.
Uh, you can make a religion check for language, if you wish.
No.
That's not good. A 3's bad, in case you were wondering.
He's gonna cast comprehend language.
Nice. Dude, I love this. This is gonna be great. Comprehend language.
I can't speak it, but I can understand him.
Okay. 1 second.
If the creature speaks.
I need to look something up quick. Hold on.
Alright.
Okay. So, what are you gonna do exactly? You cast this spell?
Yes, I will cast it as I walk forward.
Okay. So it lasts an hour. So you walk forward. How close do you get? Right now, you're standing about 40 feet from this thing.
20.
Okay. Yeah, so as you approach, he follows you and your gaze. He starts breathing heavier. He doesn't,
Will say,
yeah, he doesn't do anything.
You've spoken before. Will you speak now?
He speaks in a language incomprehensible to you.
Oh, cool.
Wait, no. You have comprehend languages. You're
To
smart.
be fair, if he's speaking like thieves can, I'm gonna be there.
Yeah, thieves can't. No, that'd be funny though. Now you hear him in a magical language that you innately understand say, I speak when I have to.
The man down there has brought me because he wanted me to see you.
You have seen me. Now leave.
Does he look injured? You said he looked sick, but does he look injured at all? Any marks on him indicating he is
You see like minor scarring on like the lower rocks near his legs that he like has folded in front of him as he's sitting down. Like scrapes, scratches, nothing major.
hmm. If the cavern is hundreds of feet wide and tall, and he is 50 feet, and he sounds annoyed, I guess.
Mhm.
Mm,
Not
he
like
should.
majorly annoyed. Probably like passive aggressive at most right now.
Satan is gonna try to take out the watch and ask, have you seen this before? if I may ask.
So you take it out of the cloth you put it in
Yeah, with Mage Hand.
with Mage Hand. So you go to cast a spell, and he, like, at first sort of notices it. Like, you can tell his demeanor change just a little, the way he's, like, holding his head. But when he sees what you're doing, he relaxes, and you hold it up. What, do you just, like, put it in front of you slightly?
So, max distance is 30 feet.
Mhm.
I can get it somewhat close to his face before I have to drop the spell and then get it again.
Okay. Yes, you hold it against his, or, like, not against, but, like, away from his face a little. And he, man, I hope this goes one way. Where did you get that? That is not yours.
Is it yours?
Of course not. You see lava, like, bubbling up in his throat when he says, of course.
Well, I do not know who it belongs to. All I know was kept and recorded.
He squints at, like, the engraving on it, just as the spell ends. He says, I knew them.
You were there when they first came.
Of course.
Do you know where the other one is?
Wherever Verona left it. It has been a long time since I have seen either of those people.
When did you last see them?
A while ago. Long time for you.
Over 150 years?
Years are a confusing memory. Way to measure time. Does not make sense to me.
How do you measure time? He actually is legitimately interested in that.
Era. Who rules above?
I can do that. When was the last era you saw them in?
Damachus had just fallen.
So, because I want to make sure.
He who claimed this land first.
But yeah, Daniken, the ruler of the Harlan Plateau.
Mhm.
So, if my timeline is correct, Daniken first founded it was 44 AC.
Well,
So I want
yeah, that was when the city was founded.
yeah. From the way it sounds like, it sounds like it said he was like when he conquered something, but
When he claimed the land, conquered it, yeah.
yeah. I know that era. That is a while ago.
Feels like a moment. You can tell he's coming slowly, more up to speed. It's getting hotter. You feel the heat radiating from him.
So why are you down here?
Protection. For me,
From?
the Watcher. He turned.
Turned from what?
Away from our deal.
Isn't
Trapped me in here.
Arecido did that?
Did you mean to say Erciad?
Arecido, god damn.
Okay. Yes. Before becoming the Watcher, we were friends.
This is not the story they tell now.
Why would they?
Why did he trap you?
I could not be controlled.
So your friend decided to put you in a cage.
I suppose.
How have you stayed alive for so long?
Time is without end. I was always here. I always will be here.
So you're older than the Watcher.
Of course.
How did he trap you?
When he changed, he began the dance.
And you explain the dance to me. Remember, I don't know this history. I've been told something very different.
You make a persuasion check.
Mm-hmm.
And season persuade. Let's see.
This way. Where is it? I keep finding it. There we go.
Oh, shit. Long ago for you, there was a couple. Erciad and Verona. They were the first. The precursors. Other than me, there is one. Sybil. We ruled in harmony. Forever. Until they came.
I'm assuming you befriended them, assuming them such to be your assuming such, considering they did not have ill intention at first.
They worshipped us. What do you want? I grow tired.
Well, I just wanted to learn more, and I was told to come down here to speak to someone. Did not think I'd be speaking to the god of the old world.
Hmm. Not a god.
Yet you were worshipped. You ruled the land.
I am the land.
Most would consider that good.
Look around you.
Oh no, I didn't say that you weren't a greater god now. You were. I'm more impressed the Watcher was somehow able to trap you in the first place.
He looks as if he takes offense to that comment. How did you
Wonder-
get that?
It was in a vault. Then it was thrown out of a vault. It was just left there. Don't know how it was got there. Most people won't even explain what it's for. The one I have is directly from. This one is from the Watcher. The one I have. Or was gifted to the Watcher, I should say. The Pocket Watch.
I mean, you don't know how they got it. It seems like the
Well,
engravings are
Yeah,
indicative.
they're engraved.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was in a vault. I never had any indication of it. I was told to steal it. I was possibly told to get it from the vault owners. Does this watch actually mean something special? Because for some reason it keeps ticking.
You
And
look at the pocket watch, and now only one hand is moving.
the original blue one. Or
The
our
the
minute one,
the blue one is moving.
which is the minute one, right?
It's the one that moves when you're nearby. I mean, I guess you could think they were seconds and minutes and hours. They are arrayed in that way. But currently, both the golden one and the larger hand that's been stuck at midnight are both stuck at midnight.
Okay, so only the second one is okay. Sure. A loud ticking. The fact it only moves when I get close or touch it indicates something, but we could not figure what.
They are keys.
He made his pocket watch keys. To what then?
I do not know.
Hmm.
Ersiad explained. It was the beginning and the end.
I'm guessing Sylvie, the one you were with, you don't know what happened to her.
Sybil
Sybil, god damn it.
was trapped in my creation. A trick.
I'm waiting for him to explain more.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's just sitting staring at you.
Do you know where?
Make a persuasion check again.
Yep. Let's see if I can keep prodding him. I'm probably not gonna get higher than that. Never mind, I just got one higher than that.
Somewhere in the mountains.
Up north?
I do not remember.
have a personal question. It's gonna be weird. Of the original 44, did you ever meet someone who was a lizard folk or a kobold? He starts giving a description. Shorter, I want to make sure I got the correct art name for you.
Do you want me to?
Sam?
do you
It's
want- do you-
yeah, no, I found it.
Okay.
They call us grayish, shorter, scales all around, slight horns, blue eyes, smaller than a compatriot that would be similar looking to them.
He sits for a while, sort of pondering the question. You hear him go, hmm.
He should have also been around Verona at some points.
There was one of your description.
They ever have a name?
I don't remember. Have you come to give sacrifice?
I look back over to uh Drake.
Drake is jaw dropped at what he has just heard. He is in shock, and when you
Drake,
look,
understand that?
yeah, when you look back, he seems to be understanding the conversation.
Oh, okay. God, mother, I recovering language go easy. You can okay.
No,
But
it's not that.
he's gonna mouth to Drake. Do you have juice?
He gestures for someone off of the bridge, like near where the tables are, that everyone is now, or no, you're underground. Shit.
She's just gonna say, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, he gestures back to his guard, and his guard starts running off, like as fast as he can. It's funny. He's like Terminator running up like 3 or 4 dozen flights of stairs.
We will be getting you some. If you are if you are the ground, did the juice used to come from you?
The juice that you speak of does not belong here.
Did the 44 bring it?
Ah, now I remember. The kobold, as you called him. Lithus. Lithius. I can't remember.
I feel like he's avoiding the question I just gave, but he's gonna accept that no, he's Screeper God. Screeper God want to know about this and just say, I see.
You see the
Yes.
guard sprinting down the stairs with a backpack.
I guess Lithius did make an impression enough for you to remember him. Or were the 44 all so special you knew about each individual one?
He was one of mine. A remainder from the time before.
There were people who used to live here before the 44?
Yes. denizens of my kingdom.
How many were there?
4.
May I know the others? I'm gonna use my mage hand to. We're gonna pocket the actual watch again and use a mage hand to reach back and ask for the just to grab the juice so we can bring it
Mhm.
over.
Yeah. Okay. So he ponders for a moment. I remember 3. The 4th, I am not sure.
Maybe they still live. What were their names?
Lithius, Keenan, and Sybil.
Wait, when I heard earlier, was it implied Sybil was an elemental or no?
Uh, no. No, it was just a peer. Or near peer.
A near peer?
Yeah, like near equal to power.
Oh, okay, just okay. Sorry, God. If I do see any of them again, I could try to bring them to you.
If you find Keenan, I would give you anything.
Keenan, Keean.
Keenan.
Describe Keenan. Maybe I've seen him before. Sybil, for
Hold,
that
hold,
matter.
hold, please.
Yep. Sam, you're coming to church with me tomorrow. These dragons are there.
You're coming to church. Yeah, so he
It's a
says,
non-negotiation. You are going to church.
Are
says,
you gonna drag Scrape to church?
Yes. But go ahead.
I don't think he needs any holy intervention.
okay, so he says, they had a changing appearance. One constant. They always sought knowledge.
And what about Sybil?
Sybil was a just man. I elevated him when the time came. We were friends.
Jason was asking for physical descriptions, but he's not going to insult the dude. Just accept this. He
Yeah,
wants to keep asking.
so right about now, the guard makes it back, and then Cass goes across the bridge with the bag. He walks right next to you, like scared looking up at the huge creature in front of you, and hands you the bag.
I pull out the juice.
Yeah, you look inside. There are like, they kind of look like the vacuum canisters you'd see at banks. About 8 of them in the backpack.
I look back at Drake and just realize I don't know how I give it to him. Do I just hand him each one by one? Do I focus on just dumping it all on him? Do I just leave it there? I'm not sure what to do. He pulls out the 8 of them and presents them. Thank you so much for answering my questions today.
So you like leave him on the ground nearby, and he smashes down one of his hands, almost melting the ground really close to your feet, probably about 5-10 feet away. And it makes a very vibratory thump. You feel like you almost lose your footing, and then he reaches
Oh.
back. Yeah.
He's gonna say one thing. Can you see my eyes? Are they blue?
Can you see my eyes?
He is 50 feet tall.
Into my
mind you.
eyes.
He's very tall. Seeing into his eyes can be kind of difficult.
Come closer.
I guess he steps up closer. It's not really gonna help considering the dude is still 50 feet above me in the air.
Yeah, he sort
Can't
of
fly.
bends down, stoops down to like 10 feet above you.
Okay.
And you see, as he tilts his head down, you see the magma start pouring out of his eyes on each side, almost forming like tears of hot lava.
I'll say isn't melting from this is for me.
I am trying very hard.
Yeah,
to
you
stay
you are
cool.
sweating. You are sweating profusely.
I can find this.
Sweat.
Your eyes look normal.
Damn it, it needed to be blue. He'll Mage Hand pull out the watch again.
You should hold it, see what happens.
Fucking. I'm assuming when I hold up the watch, it doesn't do anything with right.
With the mage hand,
Yeah.
I mean, it waves through the air with your mage hand.
Well, kind of my eyes change color with the thing because it happened before, or at least somewhat triggered. So, do you know what a herald is? He's gonna whisper in a lower tone.
A herald is a signifier of a coming doom.
There has been 2, but nothing made. The first herald. When did he come again? What year was
The
it?
first herald was 145.
When was the second herald?
Shortly after, like a year
In the
after.
same year.
Uh, Like it would happen. The second one was one that you witnessed.
Yeah,
It was
but
like
they were both during the same time, essentially.
yeah, it was like a year or two after
But and we haven't had any major problems since then.
that you know.
That I know of. We've had 2 appear 5 years ago.
What did they say?
Cass told me what the second one said, right? He said he knew what he said.
Yeah, he told you it was essentially it said to you as you were sort of knocked unconscious and like died, basically. You are the book or the binding for the book. You are the ink on the page.
You are the binding of the book, the ink on the page. That is what the second one said. I was not there for the first to know what it said. But I can ask. Because there's one person here who may have at least heard of it somewhat. Though I'm surprised he has not told you yet. If you want, I can go ask him as well, so you can interpret this fully. It will take only a moment.
My patience grows thin.
Of course. I will be quick. He runs back down to Drake. What did the first herald say?
Make a persuasion at advantage. Persuasion check.
Okay. Yeah, where It's 16. 9, 8. Ooh,
I gotta check my notes. 1 second.
You know something about to happen, or if the DM gotta check his.
All right. So here's what he says. He just said he came to reinforce restart. Said he came to enforce the rules of the arrangement, and someone tried to outplay us. Whatever that means. I was just, at that time I was a guard.
The second one said, "You are the."
Oh no, you asked the first.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm writing both down.
Okay.
The second one said, "You are."
You are the you are the ink. The ink that it writes the paper. I think. The book or the binding that binds the book. The ink on the page, essentially.
You are the binding that binds the book, the ink on the page. Cool. He heads back over and speaks both of these over to the herald, and then will hold the pendant with his bare hands. I may pass out from this, he says, just before he holds on to it.
How do you forcefully grab it?
I mage hand it in front of me, stick my hand out, and then let it go onto my hands.
Okay. Since it's not really a choice, go ahead and make a Constitution save at advantage.
Thank God.
So this time, it sort of, you feel the burning, and then it subsides after a little while, and your eyes start to glow a bright blue. You notice the hand starts spinning faster on the watch. And it's just at that moment where Calm says, "It sounds like they have come to collect."
Who are they?
Heaven. I think that's where we'll end the session.
All
Ah!
right.
Heaven. That's the last line of the session. I like that. It's good.
You know what I'm sad about? I'm still probably gonna have to legitimately deliver this pendant back over to them. Reasonably.
Maybe.
Oh, I wish you could make a fake one.
Fake pendant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, unless another person who is seeing a herald, or even a person who sees a okay, have it tick, so we make a fake one, we deliver it back. That works.
Yeah.
But they have a tracker, so it doesn't matter.
I don't know.
Yes, I know they have a tracker. I'm not gonna actually do it. I should just make it easier to steal it a second time.
Yeah, you should come up with a strategy. All right. So,
Oh,
Sazin goals, Mr. Sazin, Mr. fucking Calm Worshipper.
I just gave this guy a good conversation was all.
That was pretty cool. All right. So, I don't think you work towards the harvest a newly formed fissure.
No.
I think you work towards finding out why your eyes glowed.
I really hope so.
glowy,
I
Mr.
really-
Glowy Eyes.
It's just Sans jokes. That's all it is.
Du-du-du-du. So your level is 4 now?
4. Yes.
So you get 200.
All right.
Because you didn't work towards killing Leto either, I don't think.
No. I
Screep.
have a level 2, considering what's gonna happen.
Creep. I think Screep got a lot done. Hopefully.
All right, you work towards 1. Are you still level 3?
Yes. Hold on. So. Ooh, where's my thing? Where's my sheet? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Ah, there we go. Okay.
So that's 150 for that. And then 2. I think you completed that.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that's going to be a pretty difficult one.
I've been working on that one for a bit.
You're 3, right?
Yeah.
I'd say that's probably a hard. So 3 times 225. And
Six 675?
yeah, I'm adding everything and I'm gonna post it in everyone's XP chat.
Okay.
Uh,
Because I was actually just
yeah,
I was like, just doing math myself just now.
yeah, don't
I think
don't
I'm
add
level 4 at
anything
this point.
quite yet. So Sazen, you
No,
got
no.
I'll post yours a while. Sazen, you got 200 that session.
Yep.
Here's that. And then 3. I mean, yeah, you finished that.
The third one?
Yeah, you definitely did. And that's
Mm.
probably not a hard though, because I don't know. How long have you had that?
I believe I've had it for 3 sessions. Yeah, 3 sessions.
Okay. I'm a benevolent DM. I think I'll give you hard XP.
Hooray!
So you finished 2 hard goals in a singular session.
Look, I had to make.
I wonder
had
what
to
they
make-
did.
I wonder. I literally had to make up for last session.
All right. So that's I think that's the most XP anyone's ever got in a session.
So is it 150 plus
It is.
675 plus 675?
Yeah, you got 1500 XP that session.
Woohoo!
Holy shit.
I think they're halfway to.
Yeah, you should be like 4 halfway to 5, right?
Yeah, hold on. Let me do the math. So I'm at 2. I'm definitely level 4. So 2425 plus 1500. 3925.
What do you think they did, Sazen?
I'm not gonna guess.
Be funny if you did.
What do you mean to be funny? What?
Oh, Scrape's gonna be talking. Oh, Scrape's gonna be talking to you.
Oh man.
To all of you.
Next session's gonna be like RP City. Can't wait. Cool.
Well, we're not gonna look at any of them. Screep. We have to first figure out what's gonna happen with
What's gonna happen with the
other
two?
people.
Yeah, the other party members.
We're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be very confused about what the is happening, especially Alera, who's gonna be like, "What? I was
Oh, yeah,
dead.
you know.
Why am I now